Don't Love, Don't Lose, by Ellie Etienne. A Billionaire, BWWM romance audiobook from romancely.com. Chapter 1. Aunt Della, you didn't have to do all of this. Jasmine Turner grinned at her godmother. This was routine. If I didn't cook for you, you'd be such skin and bones that I'd hardly be able to see you if you stood sideways. That's food for a week, Jazz. If I find that there's any of that left after that week is done. I know. You will kick my behind. Damn right I will. Mama, my boxes are smaller than Jazz. Jasmine's grin widened as affection for her sister surged through her. That's because I know you'll be eating lunch at your office cafeteria. I've never had to worry about you missing a meal, my girl. You're eating plenty. The way you like to eat, you should learn to cook for yourself. Henrietta Simone made a show of sulking. I guess it's a good thing, sighed Henrietta. Jazz doesn't put on weight no matter what she eats. That's because she doesn't eat often enough. If you could move back home for a few weeks, I'd fatten you up again, Jazz. Mama, you tried to do that for every summer vacation since she was 11, and it never worked, so I think it's about time you gave up and made me dessert for the week, too. The cheek of you, Rita, said Della, and Jasmine decided that it was about time to break it up. Rita, didn't you tell me you were on a diet? Henrietta frowned. Must you remind me of that right after we had our Sunday roast? Really, Jazz? You are getting meaner in your old age. I hear that women get mean past 35. You'll be 35 in about 11 months, and I've had 13 months to get used to being 35. You're going to be hit with it, my girl, and you should be glad you have me to help cushion the blow. Henrietta laughed and splashed soapy water from the sink at Jasmine. I will never be 35. I plan on staying 28 forever. Jasmine dried the dishes Henrietta handed her, the routine established a long time ago, working smoothly together. Aunt Della, do you have to take that job? I don't like to think of you working for them. Della shrugged as she sat back with her glass of wine. Her girls would take care of the dishes, as they did every Sunday, after she cooked for them. It was her joy to cook for them. If they were in a 30-mile radius, they came home for Sunday roast. It was harder to pin down her Rita than it was to get Jazz. Her Jasmine liked routines, and her home was only 7 miles away from Della. It's good money, Jazz. I start tomorrow. But Aunt Della, you've never worked in real estate before. And Malone is so big? That's good, isn't it? Won't lay me off, hopefully, if they keep expanding like they seem to be doing. Buying up everything everywhere, they are. I don't see that as a particularly good thing, Aunt Della. He sells what he buys off to everybody everywhere, too. Changes everything. Honey, you don't have to stand guard against all change. Sometimes change is good. Really, sometimes I do worry about you. Nothing to worry about, Mama. I've got my eye on her. I'll make sure she has some fun now and then. With you, I worry that you have too much fun. Henrietta grimaced at Jasmine from behind Della's back. Fine, Mama. I'll have a bleak, joyless existence, and all because you won't make me dessert. Jasmine didn't interfere. Rita and Della loved their little fights. They bickered all the time. Unlike when Jasmine had been a teenager, she didn't have to get in the middle. Things had been different then. She had been different then. What? Jasmine had been lost in the past. She hadn't heard her name being called. I said, do you want to go and get cheesecake? Cheesecake? It was her one great weakness. See, Mama, I told you that that would do it. There's nothing that our Jasmine wouldn't do for cheesecake. Jasmine's heart melted a little bit, much like cheese. There was nothing like being called theirs to make her feel like the luckiest girl on earth, no matter what else. Fine, we'll go and get cheesecake. But I'm driving. You just had 2 giant glasses of that wine, and Mama, wine counts. Do you want me to lose my license? I'm not losing my license because you don't like my driving. I make a living from being a private detective. I'm not going to risk it by letting my mother drive drunk. Jasmine finally got in the middle of it. There, that's the last plate. Lunch was incredible, Aunt Della, as always, and I think you deserve cheesecake for making it. And I can drive. You, Jazz. Don't start, Rita. I taught you how to drive and helped you pass that driving test, so don't even start. Oh, you're perfectly safe to drive. You had exactly half a glass of wine with the stuffed mushrooms because you're driving back. Jasmine grinned. Well, I guess you found the right profession for yourself after all. Meant to be a private detective, aren't you? The bad guys don't have a chance. You're going to be on them any moment. That is what I worry about. I tell you, Jasmine, I worry about this girl of mine. Why the Lord couldn't have given me 2 perfectly reasonable girls, I don't know, but he gave me one who likes safety and the other who runs so fast in the opposite direction that it's a wonder to think I raised you both the same way. Jasmine laughed and shepherded her sister and the woman who was as close to a mother as she had out of the house and drove them both to get truly excellent cheesecake, because they both deserved the best. The best of everything. Jasmine would spend all of her life making sure that they got it. Anthony Malone wanted to grit his teeth, but nobody would have realized that from seeing him. Nobody would have had a clue from his voice either. Yes, of course, Mark. Profit is king, as always. I hope you realize that I will remember that. He cut the call before Mark Johnson could say anything more. There was no point wasting more time on him. Time was money, and Anthony Malone's time was worth quite a lot of money. Problem? He looked up at Jennifer and made himself smile. Not a bit of it. I will find out, Anthony. Anthony sighed. Jennifer would find out, of course. Jennifer Anderson found out everything that happened in his holdings and his enterprises because it was her job. She was his right-hand woman. It was a pity that Anthony had never gotten out of the habit of trying to win Jennifer's approval in the last 12 years. But then, Jennifer was the closest thing to a mother that Anthony had, and a mother's approval was the one thing that money couldn't buy. If his mother had been alive, her approval might have been very easily bought. Since she was not, there was nothing that could buy it. Such was life. Such was the finality of death. Somebody tipped him off. Damn it, Jennifer, we have a mole. We have a spy somewhere in here. They knew what our bid would be and they undercut it, just barely, just enough for us to lose the deal. Jennifer nodded. So we're not getting the project? We're not getting the land, the project, or the contract, no. Damn it! Anthony pushed off from his chair, got to his feet and walked to the wide glass panels behind him. He had an excellent view of what he was determined would one day be his empire from there. He already controlled a good part of it. Land, it wouldn't do you wrong. If you owned the land, you could own what could come from it. And you could control what would come from it. Both the owning and the controlling were very important to Anthony. And Jennifer knew that. It's not a big project, Tony. She only called him that when she let those barriers down, and she only let those barriers down when she was convinced that he needed her. He didn't mind needing her. But he minded her feeling as if she needed to take care of him. It's the thought that matters, Jenny. You told me that a lot when I messed up the cards I made you. You insist on handmade cards. You have the choice of not giving me any. That's not an option. He heard the hesitation in the air before she finally spoke again. Tony, I can stay back a few more days. I can sort this out. Anthony considered it. He was ashamed of himself, really, for considering it. But he reached the conclusion that Jennifer knew he would reach. It's fine. I will stay. You can take care of business back at the headquarters. I can sort out this little mess, and then we can have somebody transferred here to run the business. Somebody like James should be able to handle it. By then. Both Jennifer and Anthony knew by that expression just what Anthony meant to do. He meant to bury the competition. No, he wouldn't even dignify Richard Sanders with the title of competition. He wasn't competition. He was nothing and nobody. So you're staying? Anthony nodded. He had made up his mind, and Jennifer knew it. She knew him well enough to know that. She knew him better than anybody else did. Jennifer sighed. All right. Well, you'll have somebody coming in tomorrow. She seems very competent. Seems? Anthony was amused. Jennifer never hired anybody who only seemed confident. No, not just seems. You have her profile in both your box and your inbox. Anthony smiled. Ah, this is the Della Simone we're talking about. Jennifer nodded. Retirement age, but still very sharp and wants to work. An excellent background as a secretary and assistant. A different time and a different background, and she would be the boss with the legion of assistants, not one of the assistants. She comes with excellent references. Anthony nodded. Is she as good as you are, Jennifer? He'd meant that teasingly, but he was surprised when Jennifer hesitated. I think she might be close. She is sharp, and she has an instinct for knowing what questions to ask and what questions not to answer. It's something you need to be a good assistant. She's excellent. You could do far worse than her. Well, that is high praise indeed, Jenny. I don't think you've ever spoken so approvingly of anybody you've hired. Jenny's lips curved in a little smile. Maybe I'm projecting. She reminds me of myself, a little bit, if my life had been different. Well, I should make arrangements if we're changing our plans now. Anthony chuckled. Don't give me that, Jenny. You've made all the arrangements already. You knew this was coming. Anthony liked how he could make Jenny grin and look 20 years younger. She looked 10 years younger ever when she frowned, but when she grinned like that, he could imagine the heartbreaker she'd been as a teenager. Maybe I did, but it wouldn't do to let you take me for granted, would it? One of these days, I'm going to hire you a pretty secretary you can fall in love with and get married to and have lots of babies with, Tony. Anthony laughed again. Jennifer had started that speech 8 years ago, when he turned 30, but she hadn't really meant it. For the last 3 years, she'd really meant it. But she hadn't done it yet, and for that he was grateful. I'll marry when I find a woman I can admire as much as I admire you, Jenny. Young rascal. You'll have to do it sometime. You need an heir, if nothing else. It was a sly dig. He knew that, and so did she. He didn't mind. They both knew that it was true enough. He did need an heir. What was the point of becoming a billionaire if you didn't leave a legacy, and somebody to carry on that legacy? What was the point of having more money than you could spend if you were just going to leave it all behind when you ran out of time? Time was another thing money couldn't buy. Or maybe it could. But not enough. One day, Jenny, I will make you happy. But for now. Jennifer nodded. Your lease for the penthouse has been extended for 3 months. You shouldn't need it, but that should cover it. Whoever you send down here once you wrap this up can get a very pleasant surprise and keep the penthouse for whatever is left on the lease. As for the work, well, I don't think you will have a problem there. Anthony nodded. He didn't think he would have a problem there either. After Jennifer left, he went back to the windows and looked out. Anybody who walked in would have seen a tall, dark-haired man who was in the prime of his life, surveying his kingdom. It wasn't his home base. He would never call it that. It had never been home. He had left as soon as he could. But now he had come back, though he had no intention of staying, not for long. But he had grown up there, and he had cursed every moment of that existence. He would own everything he could get his hands on, and he didn't care what that made him look like. The people who judged him didn't have a clue, not a clue. He didn't care. But Richard Sanders was a problem. It was honestly galling to have to take anybody who called himself Ruthless Rick seriously, to be honest, but he was becoming a very persistent thorn in his side. Given the chance, he would become much worse than that. Anthony knew how it worked. He'd been in the business more than long enough to know exactly how that worked. It had been a mistake not to take care of this particular threat before it had become one. But that branding had been successful. Calling himself Ruthless Rich had helped him. Anthony hadn't paid enough attention to him. A man who specialized more in payday loans and insistent methods of recovering those loans? Nobody who aimed to own everything could take somebody like that seriously. Maybe it had been a calculated choice to perpetuate that particular image because he was beginning to find out exactly how much of Baltimore he owned without appearing to. Or maybe he was giving this man too much credit because he'd been successful in planting a mole in his business. There was one. He knew that beyond a shadow of a doubt. There was no way that the Malone bid could have been undercut so accurately without inside information. And Sanders had wanted him to know. Anthony knew that, too, and it galled him as well. It annoyed him more than it should have. The pesky annoyance was trying to taunt him. No, he had to give him credit where it was due. He was succeeding in taunting him. It had been a message, that precise figure. Sanders had wanted him to feel as if he had something under his skin that he simply couldn't get out. But Sanders had underestimated him drastically. He wasn't going to just scratch himself raw, like a slave to his instincts. He would wait, observe, and then he would remove the irritant, efficiently and with surgical precision. Richard Ruthless Rick Sanders didn't have a clue just what kind of lion he was poking so very gleefully. But he would find out, soon enough. Oh, he would find out. Anthony smiled, the smile of a predator who knew he would wait, with endless patience, until just the right moment. He would find out exactly who the mole was, and he would have the great pleasure of letting Richard Sanders know that he knew. He would make that man regret ever thinking that he could go toe-to-toe with Anthony Malone and come out unscathed. Because he couldn't. He would find out, because Anthony would show him. Thoroughly. Jasmine had a smile on her face as she drove back home, the backseat of her sensible Volvo loaded with food. She had enough food to feed an army. And in a way, she would do just that. Jazz appreciated what Della did. Heck, she appreciated every single thing about Della, from how she had taken an orphan in 25 or so years ago when she could have just washed her hands of all such annoying responsibilities, to every single thing she had done since that day. Jazz would never hear a word against Della from anybody. But Lord, the woman cooked too much. When did Della think she could possibly eat all of that? There were 14 containers rattling around in the back seat. They were 6 lunches, 6 dinners, and 2 big boxes of waffles and muffins that could be defrosted for breakfast for at least 2 portions each. The remaining meals, there were barely any, were good enough for cereal, and things like toast and fruits. Della had been on a quarter-century mission to put some meat on Jasmine's bones, and it didn't look like she would ever give up. The grin on Jasmine's face got wider when she thought of the much smaller containers that were going home with Rita. Jasmine was tall and slim. She'd never done anything to become taller or to stay slim. It was just how she was. Jasmine was a tall, dark-skinned woman with short hair, big brown eyes, and a quiet elegance that made most people automatically doff their caps and be polite to her, sometimes despite themselves. She looked like she should be chairing lunch meetings for charity auctions, and things of that sort. But Jasmine would never be able to have patience for things like that. She was a coder. Jasmine looked around and saw the world in flashing series of ones and zeros. She had an intuitive understanding of algorithms that were just begging to be written, alive in her head, and she had a way of grasping the ways to turn those algorithms into those patterns that a computer could recognize. About 20 years ago, as a girl who wanted to be a coder, she had been something of an oddity. The passage of time hadn't really changed that. She was still a bit of an oddity. She was paid like most people in management, but she wasn't in management. She was still a coder. She was a coder who led a team, but she knew who she was. She was the first among equals, and that was because any responsibility for mistakes would be on her shoulders. Any credit, though, would go to her team. That was just how Jasmine worked. That was part of the reason why Jasmine was so loved. As she pulled into her parking spot, Jasmine was aware of a sense of regret. It surprised her. She didn't usually feel regret. She believed in living each moment as if it was her last, with good reason. At 11, she'd found out that any moment really could be your last. She'd found that out when the 2 people most children think would live forever, her parents, had passed away in a horrific car crash. She'd only understood how horrific it had been years later, when she'd hacked into police records and read them. Maybe she'd had ulterior motives for becoming a coder. Maybe she was also a hacker. Those were all maybes. She really couldn't confirm or deny that, and she would wish anybody who tried to prove it all kinds of luck. All the luck in the world wouldn't help them anyway, because they'd be up against the very best. There was no point in relying on luck then. But now Della, the woman who had raised her, was going back to work. It wasn't like Della had ever really stopped working. She'd been an excellent secretary and she'd always worked. But she'd always worked locally, for local businesses. She'd never worked for a giant multi-million-dollar corporation like Malone Enterprises. It didn't sit right with Jasmine, in all honesty. It wasn't like Della needed to work. Jasmine made enough money to make sure that Della would never need to work. Henrietta might not have been rolling in it, thanks to her rather unconventional choice of profession, but it wasn't like she was broke either. They were both solvent. There was no reason, there was no need. Jasmine sighed. There was also no point. Della's life was her own, and Della was an independent woman. For whatever reason, she'd made her choice. She'd stick with it. But that didn't mean that Jasmine couldn't do some checking on her own, anyway. Della didn't need to know that.
If you want more BWWM romances like this, please, my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen. Chapter 2. Jasmine sat back and took her glasses off with a frown. This was turning out to be more difficult than expected. She was beginning to feel some grudging respect for Anthony Malone. Jasmine wasn't sure how it had happened. Really? She'd settled down at her desk at 6, after taking the rest of the afternoon for herself, as was her habit. Everybody needed to take time to themselves. It was important. Jasmine didn't forget important things. But at 6, she'd decided to do a little digging. Nothing much, just enough research to find out how employees felt about Malone's business practices. Then she'd gotten herself sucked in a little, and she'd found herself poking at the business itself. It was amazing how much you could find out about a business if you could sneak your way into a few databases. But apparently, Malone knew that little secret too, and everything she found seemed to suggest that he was that rare kind of rich man who didn't cut corners. She'd been intrigued enough to try to find out just what kind of shady deals he used to maximize profits. And there she had hit a wall. She could find nothing. Maybe it was because there was nothing and he was an actual honest businessman. But Jasmine just didn't believe in honest businessmen. Honest people rarely got rich. It was definitely difficult to stay rich if you had that rare thing called integrity. It was more than just difficult to get anywhere near as rich as Malone was. She couldn't even find any nuisance lawsuits against him. Strange man, thought Jasmine, leaning back and stretching. But it didn't seem like he made life difficult for his employees, and it didn't seem like he had any over-the-top security requests, so he probably wasn't at risk of violence. At least, not more than most people were. The world seemed to get worse every day. Della didn't have to go to work, but it made her happy to do it. It looked like Anthony Malone wasn't any worse to work for than most rich people. She'd found quite a few former employees who had started their own businesses, which meant he paid well enough for them to be able to provide collateral for business loans or help them with connections for capital. Either way, Della could probably do worse than Anthony Malone's setup. It wasn't ideal, but then Jasmine wouldn't have considered Della working for anybody ideal. Della ought to be running a kitchen of some sort, a restaurant, a food truck, even running a soup kitchen. With her culinary skills and her organizational brilliance, she'd be wonderful. But Della always said that she would only cook for love and not for money. They'd have to deal with it and go on with life, and she would make sure that she was with Della every Sunday for lunch and dessert. Della and Rita were all the family that Jasmine had. She'd always do her best for them, too. Always. Anthony bit off the swear. Jennifer did not appreciate strong language, and if she decided to implement the swear jar system, as she'd been threatening to for the last 10 years or so, then she would. Anthony took a deep breath and pressed the button on the intercom. Jennifer, I need the McElderry Park files. Mr. Malone, Ms. Anderson has stepped out, but I'll have the files for you in 2 minutes. Anthony frowned before he remembered Jennifer would be leaving for the afternoon flight. She'd hired somebody else. Somebody named. I'm Della Simone, Mr. Malone. I started working for you today. Right, of course. I'm sorry, Miss Simone, I should. It's not 9 yet. I came in early to get the lay of the land. Would you like me to come into your office now? Would you like coffee or something to eat? Or would you like me to get on the files immediately? Come in with the files, please. Anthony released the button and sat back, frowning. It had slipped his mind that Jennifer was leaving. That, in itself, was unusual. Things didn't slip his mind like that. He had an excellent head for details. He had to. Anthony was still frowning when the door opened and Jennifer walked in. I think you're all set, Anthony. Della will take care of you. Or at least, if you need taking care of, she will. I like her. Keep an open mind and you will like her, too. She'll keep things running well after you're ready to leave the office in Jerry's capable hands. Now, is there anything else you need? There was a knock on the door, and it opened a crack. I have the files you asked for, Mr. Malone, and I've emailed them to you as well. Would you like them now? Anthony nodded. Yes, I would. Come in, please. Jennifer smiled warmly at the older woman who walked in. Obviously, Della Simone believed in taking care of herself because she still looked very good. Luminous dark skin that looked wonderful with the peach dress she wore. Delicate gold-rimmed glasses that did nothing to hide the intelligence in those brown eyes. A welcoming up efficient smile, yes. Della definitely made a good first impression. The fact that she had laid the files on the table and he already had the soft copies in his inbox. Exactly the files he had needed, including the addendum from the Planning Commission about their proposal, showed him why Jennifer had decided that Della would be the right person for them to hire. She was definitely a very capable woman. Della, are you sure you're all settled in? You've done almost all the work already. You have everything organized perfectly, and your notes are better than I could have expected. I'm good. Yes, you should be. Well, Anthony, this is Della. She will keep you in line if she has to. Trust me on that. I hired a tough woman who can go toe-to-toe with you if necessary. Della, Mr. Malone has a habit of forgetting to take care of himself when he's working. So I'll be depending on you to make sure that his planner includes breaks for meals and his run as well. Della grinned, and Anthony saw that there was definitely a sense of humor there, too. You don't have to worry about that, Jennifer. Now, I should get back to my desk and get myself familiar with everything. Is there anything else, Mr. Malone? No, thank you, Della. This is all I need for now. Jennifer, stay for a moment, please. Della nodded to both of them and left. I see you hired me somebody as like you as possible. You need somebody you can depend on. Della is dependable and very capable of doing the job, and she will care. Sometimes you forget that you are human and need that too. Anthony smiled. He wouldn't have taken that from anybody else. Jennifer wasn't just an employee. She was almost family. You worry too much, Jennifer. Well, you've made sure I'm in safe hands. Have a good trip home. Jennifer nodded, and when she left, Anthony grabbed the files and flipped through them. Everything had been scanned and uploaded as well, but he needed to go back into records from about 20 years ago. Everything hadn't been digital back then. He'd had to use a little ingenuity to get these records. Some of it had been sealed because of a court case that had been long and drawn out, and there had been some gang involvement in it as well. But the land in question now had old warehouses and a building that was pretty close to dilapidated. He could see what it could be. It could be a community center. Too many people in real estate didn't understand that to improve the value of property, you had to give the people in that community a reason to protect their community instead of destroying it. He needed to replace apathy with hope, giving young people a constructive way to work off their energy, old people a place where they could gather, and children a place where they could be safe and learn. Those are things that could change a community. He already knew that there were groups who tried to get youth off the streets and back into schools. What he meant to do was give those groups recognition and space to do the work. It was good business to do that. He would never be able to turn any place perfect, but he could make it better than it was. If it turned out that that increased the value of his real estate, well, then that was just a bonus. A very nice bonus. Too many people had dismissed him as idealistic. He didn't see himself as idealistic. He just thought of himself as somebody who thrived on long-term aims and goals. Just fixing up a building and flipping it wasn't what he wanted to do. He wanted to make the neighborhood one where nice things belonged. The row houses weren't in the best shape, but they could be. He would acquire more of them soon enough, and then he had his vision, and he would make it come true, both for himself and for the neighborhood. He was engrossed by the time Della came in again. He raised his head, ready to snap. But the smell, is that a ham sandwich? It is indeed. It's almost 1, and you've been in there since 8 in the morning. Anthony was surprised. He hadn't realized that it was so late, to be honest. He should have noticed. Oh, well, thank you, Della. It's not a problem. I wouldn't want to cross Jennifer or disappoint her. Is there anything you'd like for dessert? Anthony shook his head, amused. Obviously, Della liked to feed people. He wondered if Jennifer had taken that into consideration while hiring her. I'm good, thanks. I'd like the Eastern Avenue files while you're at it. Della nodded and vanished. There was something wrong somewhere. There was something that didn't quite sit well with him. He seemed to have all the paperwork he needed, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. He couldn't put his finger on it, though. That was unsettling. He always covered all bases, asked all the questions, and made sure that he had all the answers. He had people he trusted to unwind all the red tape for him. It wasn't like he never took shortcuts. When the shortcuts were more effective, he did take them. But usually, he preferred to have things legal and above board. There couldn't be anything he was missing. But he'd made his fortune by listening to his instincts. His instincts were telling him that something was missing. For once, Anthony wasn't sure if it was instinct or doubt, because he knew there was somebody trying to sabotage him. Of course, all of it could go south anyway. You needed an insider in the community to make it work, and that was why he planned to hire smart. He'd made a start with Della, he thought, and Jennifer had already gotten the community outreach program started. It was all going according to plan. Was it ambitious and perhaps foolhardy? Probably. But Anthony believed in taking risks. After everything he had done in his life, he figured he was entitled to a few indulgences. The worst that could happen was that he'd have to turn the row houses over instead of putting his grand plans into fruition. He could live with that. So why did he feel this nagging sense of unrest and unease? There was something he wasn't quite seeing. But staring at the files wasn't going to give him anything more than he'd gotten already. He needed a break. Leaning back, he rubbed his eyes and tried to clear his head. A sandwich seemed as good a way of taking a break as anything else. Anthony took a bite and sat back, closing his eyes in pleasure. She hadn't bought the sandwich from a deli. This was homemade with a homemade sandwich spread and possibly home-baked bread. He'd have to make sure he hit the gym if Della meant to feed him like that. He was mid-chew when he realized what was missing in his file. A little piece of paper certifying that Historical Society had approved the renovations. Finally, it had been a surprise to realize that he needed it because the row houses were in bad state, and they needed work. But after some digging, he'd found that out and he'd made sure that he'd get it. So where was it? Quickly, he turned to his computer and looked through the soft copies of the files. He couldn't find it there either. This was the kind of oversight that could not be allowed. Somebody had messed up, and they had timed it right, for when Jennifer left the office and somebody new had taken over the paperwork. He had a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. "How's your day, Aunt Della? Are you checking up on me, Jasmine?" Jasmine winced a little. "Can't I want to talk to you? Maybe I just wanted to tell you that the sandwich you made me for lunch was wonderful, and I really appreciate it." Della's chuckle was good-natured, but it was obvious that she wasn't buying it. "I'm fine. There are no serial killers here. I'm in charge of taking care of everything for Anthony Malone himself. I have to live up to his admin, who went back to NYC now, Jennifer. Now she is one efficient woman. He's got about 4 people down here to handle everything, and he's hiring local. I hear there will be lots of renovations and building, and he'll be hiring local for all that. He's got a bunch of people from a local agency, too. This is good." Jasmine sighed. It looked like Anthony Malone had a new fan. She didn't think the man needed any new fans. The last hour before going to sleep had been spent researching the man himself, not his business, and it looked like he was one of those billionaire playboys who liked having fun. Not that Jasmine had anything against fun. She liked a good book and hot chocolate, or a glass of wine in the bathtub as much as anybody else. So maybe her idea of fun wasn't exactly one that would resonate with that of a man like Anthony Malone, who seemed to like jet skis and regular skis and hang gliders and surfboards, judging by some of the photos of him that had been published in tabloids and tabloid websites. How did a man manage to do all of that and still attend functions and special premieres with slinky, gorgeous, and apparently interchangeable women clinging to him? Jasmine was exhausted just looking at that kind of life. She'd never be able to do it. Well, nobody was asking her to. "I'm glad you're happy, Aunt Della, but you'll tell me if there's something wrong. Won't you? I know you, my girl. You've been looking into him. Did you find anything?" "No," Jasmine had to admit grudgingly. "Maybe it's because there's nothing to find. You know, Jazz, I worry about you. You look at everything with such a suspicious eye. Sometimes you have to just trust that things will take care of themselves and let go, just a little bit. I'm not saying you have to jump on a table and dance naked, but you could loosen up a little. Trust is a mug's game, Aunt Della. I only trust you and Rita, and I think that's quite enough. I knew you'd say that, and it doesn't help me worry any less. Darling, you have to open your heart a little. You have to." "Oh, Jazz, I've got to go. Is everything all right?" Sure it is. It's just something's come up at work. You know how it is. You make sure you eat your lunch now. I'll see you later." Della hung up on Jasmine. Jasmine frowned at her phone, eyes narrowed, brow furrowed. Della never hung up on her. What was going on? Whatever it was, she didn't like it. That vague sense that she didn't like Anthony Malone or his operation intensified as Jasmine went back to work. Wishing she could have convinced her aunt not to take that job after all. Maybe she should call Rita and talk to her about it. Maybe between the two of them they could convince Della to. Who was she kidding? Nobody had ever been able to convince Della to do anything she didn't want to do. And when Della made up her mind to do something, she did it no matter what. She had apparently made up her mind to do this. There wasn't much anybody could do about it. Besides, a lunchtime emergency at work didn't really mean anything unless it happened all the time. She was obviously making too much of it. But Jasmine couldn't help feeling that something was off. It kept her distracted for the rest of the day, which only annoyed her more. "Damn it," she muttered as she messed up code for the 50th time that day, or so it seemed to her. "Is everything all right?" Jasmine looked up and smiled at the young woman who'd asked her that. Anita was the only other black woman on her team, and Jasmine had wanted to take the younger woman under her wing. She'd found out quickly enough that Anita didn't need to be under anybody's wing. The girl had wings of her own, and boy, she could fly. "Yeah, I just can't seem to get my head together." Anita grinned. Really, Anita reminded her of herself. Well, Anita reminded her of the person she might have become if the worst hadn't happened when she was 11 years old. "Take a break and come back to it tomorrow. That's what you tell me when I can't get something straight. Remember?" Jasmine grinned. "And you're turning it back on me, are you?" "Well, I can't say that's not smart at any rate. Maybe I should. I can't do anything useful now. I might as well get some paperwork done." "That's not what I meant. I meant that you should take a real break. Go out with a young man and paint a few walls red, at least." Jasmine wrinkled her nose at just the thought. "Very funny, Anita. I meant it, but I suppose it wouldn't be you." Anita wandered back to her station, and Jasmine struggled for a little longer with the program she was supposed to be writing. But it was no good. She couldn't get it. She felt as if she was waiting for something to happen, something she didn't necessarily want. It was an odd feeling, and it was probably complete nonsense, but she couldn't shake it. She couldn't even shake it long enough to get her paperwork done. Finally, she gave up and left, more than a little annoyed with how the day had gone. She was supposed to be reliable and dependable, not a flake like that. She had worked too hard to just let things go. She was supposed to be the one person who... Jasmine was adjusting the mirrors in the car when her phone rang. Her annoyance only increased as she tried to dig her phone out of her purse. Really? Purses were useless. She could never find what she was looking for, and that meant that they really didn't serve all of their purpose. Didn't it? Finally, she managed, and all annoyance drained away when she saw who was calling. "Aunt Della? Is everything all right?" Sure, I think everything's fine." All her senses sharpened keenly. Aunt Della was upset. Nobody except Rita and her were allowed to upset Aunt Della. "Tell me what's wrong. I might need a favor from you, Jazz. I'm sorry to ask, baby. I know how busy you are, and you work yourself far too hard. And now I'm asking you to do something more for me on top of all of that. You know what? Forget it, darling. I can handle it just fine on my own." "Don't be ridiculous, Aunt Della. Tell me what you need. Whatever it is, I'll make time for it. Promise. Just tell me what it is that you need." Aunt Della hesitated, still. Why did she feel as if something monumental was about to happen? Jasmine didn't do monumental. Jasmine did normal and expected. She did not like surprises. Surprises had a way of turning nasty no matter what they seemed to be at first. Are you sure, Jazz? Are you really sure you have time?" "Of course." "Well, then," said Aunt Della, and she explained, as Jasmine listened in growing astonishment, wondering what the hell she was getting herself into.
Chapter 3. Jasmine sat back and rubbed her eyes. She was tired. She could feel it now. But she had to admit it was turning out to be fun. She'd always liked writing tracking software, especially the kind embedded so deep into the OS that it took serious skills to find it. She'd always played around with it, but for fun. She'd never actually write anything like that for anybody else, or so she had told herself until then. But, she reasoned, she'd never expected Aunt Della to turn around and ask her to write it for her. It wasn't like she could tell Aunt Della no. Maybe she could have said no if Rita had asked her to do it for one of her ex-boyfriends. Rita sure could pick them. Find a spy. What am I, a reverse spy kid? This is so. A spy. I don't even know what the spy is looking for. Just a spy who is sabotaging him. Well, how am I supposed to be sure it's somebody at the Baltimore office? He has offices in other places. It could be somebody at his HQ. Why on earth does Aunt Della want to drag me into this one? It's not even like one of her charity things. The man has all the money in the world. She was blustering to herself. She could find it. And she knew it. She just needed access to the mainframe. She could do it without that, too, but it would be easier if she had access to the mainframe. Well, Anthony Malone was the boss, wasn't he? Surely he could arrange that. Of course, if it did turn out to be the handiwork of somebody who was in Baltimore, it would be easier. Della said there were only 4 people who'd come down from NYC with Anthony Malone. That would narrow it down considerably. It would be money, too. She planned to fleece Anthony Malone for all he had. Maybe she couldn't do that, but she planned to get a good bit out of him. She had a few plans that he could put into action to find out who his mole was. He was from New York, wasn't he? Rich people were mobsters there. They at least had ties to organized crime. She would have thought that he had much more efficient ways of discovering and eliminating spies and moles. Getting her to write a surveillance program to track his employees sounded tame in comparison. No, she was getting carried away and assuming too much. All rich people didn't have mafia ties. She was being silly. It was probably lack of sleep. She'd get some sleep, and once she had the beginnings of the program ready, she'd tell Aunt Della she was ready for a meeting with the man. She wasn't going to waste her time meeting him when she didn't have anything to show. It would probably take her a day or 2 to get it together, and after that, she'd hand it over to him for a price. This wasn't how she did business, but for Aunt Della, she reminded herself, and she would go on with her life. But Jasmine knew the real reason why she was doing this. She wanted to see the man that Aunt Della was working for, and she wanted to find out just why he had made such an impression on her usually pragmatic aunt. She would see, soon enough. Jasmine tidied up her workstation and was almost in bed when she realized that she had forgotten dinner. Drat, she muttered and went to the kitchen to hurriedly defrost one of the boxes. She just put it in the microwave and turned when she jumped nearly out of her skin. Holy Mother of God! A silhouette outside the kitchen window. She was up on the 2nd floor. How did she have a silhouette outside the kitchen window? A cat burglar. Meow. Almost. Jasmine undid the catch and opened the window. She supposed the ginger sitting on the windowsill had, at one point, been fluffy and chubby. He still had plenty of hair, but it was matted. Oh, honey, are you lost? Do you have a home and you're lost? Do you have a collar or a microchip or something? The cat just looked at her as if it couldn't believe how utterly stupid humans could be. Meow. You can roll your Rs the French way, can you? Well, look, that's the microwave beeping. That means my dinner is ready, and there will be far too much in there for me. I don't know what it is, but maybe you can have some? I don't think I have any canned fish anywhere. The last time Aunt Della went on vacation, I finished most of my canned food. Now I get weekly deliveries of fruits and salad vegetables, but that's all the food I have. I don't suppose I could interest you in a banana? Meower. All right, I didn't mean to offend you, you know. Come on inside and let me get you a saucer and some food. Jasmine opened the box and grinned. Well, you're in luck, because this looks like a tuna casserole. I'm pretty sure this is a tuna casserole. Aunt Della's tuna casseroles are out of this world, so you are definitely in luck. Jasmine wasn't sure just how much a cat would eat, so she grabbed a saucer and eyeballed it the best she could. She put it down on the kitchen counter. The cat was still looking at her suspiciously, and she moved out of sight. She didn't notice that she was, for once, eating all of her dinner, well, all that was left of her dinner. She was too engrossed in watching the cat make its way to the saucer, warily. The cat ate fast once it got started. "Sure, don't waste any time, do you?" muttered Jasmine. Was she really talking to a stray cat that had wandered in? Maybe she was turning into a crazy old cat lady, as Rita teased her. The lack of cats had been her one saving grace until then. "You're not my cat," she told the cat severely, but the cat took no notice of her. Still, she couldn't just let the cat go out through the second-floor window, could she? She didn't know how he'd gotten up there, but he couldn't go out that way. The cat sat and started washing herself, and Jasmine saw that he was in fact a she, and she had what looked like hard and slightly droopy teats. "Oh, honey, did you have kittens? You're not nursing anymore, but you had kittens, didn't you? Are they gone now?" The cat made no effort to get up and go out the window. Jasmine took the chance to go and close the kitchen window, and then the cat and Jasmine surveyed each other. "Well, I suppose you can stay here tonight, and I'll check if you were lost tomorrow. But you're going to have to behave yourself. I hope you've done your business for the night, because I don't have a litter box or anything. And you will be off tomorrow, so this is only a temporary arrangement." Jasmine got a box, and tried to make it comfortable with an old t-shirt. She left it in the kitchen, assuming that the cat would be comfortable there. But the cat followed her to the bedroom, ignoring the box. "Look, I made your bed there. Now you've got to lie in it." The cat ignored her. Jasmine frowned and let it go. "Fine, but you're too dirty to get on the bed. I'm bringing the box in here." Jasmine was relieved when the box passed inspection and the cat settled down in it. What was she doing? She couldn't take care of a cat. But she couldn't just dump it back out, could she? Maybe if she'd been on the ground floor, but she couldn't do it now. She really couldn't. So maybe she could just keep the cat around until she could get it to a shelter. Didn't shelters kill animals that weren't adopted? No, there were places that were not kill shelters, as well. She could find one. Maybe first she could take the cat to a vet and find out if it had a microchip. Maybe she was a lost pet and needed somebody. We're all lost souls, cat. Don't worry, I'll make sure you have food and a place to sleep, at least. But you'll have to get up early tomorrow, and I'll have to find a good vet. Get some sleep. I'm not missing work for you, so you might as well get some sleep. The cat ignored her. That, she gathered, was what cats generally did. When Jasmine finally fell asleep, she had one of those dreams she hadn't had in about 20 years. She dreamed of her childhood before Della. She was 7, and the family was at the beach. Jasmine had always loved the beach. She splashed and laughed, and she made her mama laugh, too. Her mama. So beautiful, glowing with happiness, so in love with her daddy. Even at 7, Jasmine had understood that that was special. They'd found a cat, an old cat, obviously very sick. Jasmine had insisted that they take the cat in. So they'd taken the cat to the vet, and the vet had told them that he was old, and would probably live for a year or 2, but not more than that. Mama and Daddy hadn't objected. They'd agreed. They'd keep the cat, because he had no one. So they'd taken the cat home, and Jasmine and he had been inseparable for the next 3 years. A year longer than the vet had given him. A year fewer than her parents. But in her dream, it was the ginger girl on the table, and Jasmine was 7. She was looking at her parents pleadingly, hoping they would let her keep the cat. And they did. Jasmine woke up the next morning early, and instead of her run, she looked up the closest vet with emergency services. The cat was still sleeping. When Jasmine padded to the kitchen after getting the address she needed, the cat followed, eyes on her, still a little wary. "I'm going to have to drive you about 4 miles. I think that's not bad as long as you behave, and then have you checked out. We can have some breakfast first. I'm afraid I only have coffee for breakfast, but I have milk. Do you think you can manage with milk and bread or something? Maybe crackers?" "Milk and crackers, because I don't have any bread either." The cat looked like it disapproved of how she lived, but didn't make any comment. It didn't seem to mind the milk and crackers either. "I'm going for a run. You can come with me." This was the moment Jasmine had been dreading. She hadn't touched the cat yet. She walked to the cat and crouched down next to it. She ran her hand over the cat tentatively and was surprised when the cat arched and purred, welcoming the slight affection. Oh, you are friendly, aren't you? You don't look like you'd be friendly, really." "Well, I'm glad you are." "I am." "You're Lucy, aren't you? You look like Lucy, with all that ginger hair." "I think you'll be Lucy, darling. Come on, let's go." Lucy let Jasmine pick her up, and Jasmine went down. She had a plan. "Luca!" The man turned and grinned at her. He was supposed to be the building superintendent, the security person, and the maintenance guy. He did everything. "Well, you've found that scamp, have you?" Jasmine stopped short. "Is she yours?" "She wandered in about 2 weeks ago. She's been mooching meals off people. I thought she liked me best, but I discovered she's been off two-timing me. Well, she looks like she needs a bath. She got one. She likes jumping the in-trash. I thought I'd take her to the vet, see if she's microchipped. I doubt it, but you go ahead and try. Do you think you could keep her with you while I go for my run?" Luca nodded. Jasmine was surprised by the slight reluctance she felt when she handed the cat over to Luca, too. No, she was not going to form any attachments. Attachments led to heartbreak. She would have none of that. Jasmine went for her run, pushing herself harder than she usually did. The dream had caught her off guard. She had thought that she was over them. She needed to be over them. She couldn't keep having them. She'd let go, hadn't she? She'd let go because she had no choice. She couldn't get involved with anything or anybody else. They all left you. Her feet pounded the pavement, hard, as she ran on and on. She could outrun all those dreams if she tried really hard. But she had to go back, because Lucy needed to be taken to the vet, and somehow it had turned out that she was the one who had to do it. What a sad state of things when she was afraid to let even a cat get under her defenses, as if she couldn't even learn to love a cat. But the thought of giving Lucy to a shelter just couldn't be borne now. It couldn't happen. Lucy couldn't go to a shelter. By the time Jasmine was back and had hunted out a small laundry basket with a lid that looked like it would work as a cat carrier for the moment, she'd managed to get herself out of that feedback loop that only left her distraught. She could handle this. She could handle this, like she handled everything else, calmly and rationally. "All right, Luca, we're ready. Let's get her in the box." "Oh, she's not going to like that." "Well, she's going to have to deal with it." They managed to get Lucy in the box without too much damage, and Jasmine took a deep breath. "Did you get scratched?" She'd narrowly avoided getting scratched. She wasn't even sure how she'd managed it. She usually avoided getting hurt by avoiding any situation with any potential to hurt her. This time, it was a miracle that she was unscathed. "I'm fine." "There now, Ginger, I guess you've finally found somebody who cares enough to do more than give you some tuna." Care? No, she didn't care. She was just doing what a decent person should do. This was her responsibility because the cat had come to her. That was all it was. There was nothing more than that. There couldn't be anything more than that. But as Jasmine drove to the vet, she had a feeling that it wasn't all going to turn out the way she planned. Jasmine was distracted all day at work. The vet had kept the cat for the day to run tests. It was afternoon before she got the call. "Is she all right?" Jasmine couldn't believe how much she wanted Lucy to be all right. She needed that stupid cat to be fine. This was why attachments were terrible. The feline attachment had insinuated itself into her life, and now look what had happened. She was worrying about the drat cat. She was worrying about Della. All she needed was for Rita to get one of her really stupid boyfriends and her cup really would run over. "She's got a fever, but it's just a mild infection." An infection of what? It's the cat equivalent of a mild version of a viral fever for us. It's nothing to worry about. She's strong and she's gotten herself mostly well, but we'll give her the medicine she needs to get her strong. She needs a few supplements, too. There's no microchip. We did the titers, and she needs her vaccinations, but that should come after she's done with her medicines. Altogether, she's fine, but she's dirty. We're giving her a good bath and grooming. I'll put it on your tab. A tab? I don't have a tab. You do now, unless you want to turn her over to a shelter? Most of the shelters are pretty overrun. I know one has space, but it's a kill shelter, so if she's not adopted in. Jasmine knew she should just wash her hands of the whole thing and turn the damn cat over to the shelter. She had enough to worry about. She didn't need anything more. No shelter for her. She's Lucy. I'll take care of her. All right, I have a tab. And a schedule, or whatever else it is. Do you have a cat package? A cat package? The vet sounded amused. A door opened, and she heard barking and yowling. The door closed, and the sounds were closed off. You know, things a first-time cat owner needs? A carrier, cat food, litter box, litter, a book to tell us what we should do, a grooming schedule, the whole thing. Well, we don't have one, but now that you mention it, we probably should. When you come to pick her up, I'll tell you what you need. The pet shop closes by 7. Oh. I'll be there by 6:30, then. Thank you, Dr. Coleman. I appreciate this. No, we appreciate you. I know I turned the screw a little to keep you from turning her over to the shelter. But Lucy is a good girl. She gets along with people, she's good with other cats, and she tolerates dogs. She's an excellent companion cat, I think. Or she will be, once you get her used to being indoors. I think she might have been abandoned. What? I looked through lost cat notices, online and off. There's nothing that looks like Lucy. But she's about 4 years old, and she does need vaccinations, but she's been vaccinated before. She hasn't had any of the dangerous illnesses. She's not particularly malnourished. And she's very good with people. She's used to being indoors. She doesn't like your laundry basket, but she's fine with the cat carrier. I didn't just do a local search, I did a statewide one. Lucy has a distinctive marking on her ear. She'd be easy to identify. So altogether, I think she's been abandoned. There's nobody looking for her. A cat with nobody, thought Jasmine, and that was that. She doesn't need anybody looking for her anymore. She has me. I'll be there by 6:30. For the rest of the day, Jasmine worked better. She always did better after she made up her mind. She had a cat now. Wait till she told Rita and Aunt Della. Aunt Della, drat again. She hadn't called her aunt that day. She needed to get cracking on the program. Jasmine collected the cat and went home, a little dazed by how much stuff a cat apparently needed. Lucy had seemed happy to see her, but Jasmine wasn't sure how you judged a cat's happiness. She hadn't scratched, so she supposed it was a good sign. You're an expensive one, do you know? I don't see why you need 3 scratching posts. You'd better not go for my stuff. She hadn't needed 3 scratching posts. But Jasmine had bought them anyway, because knowing that Lucy had been abandoned once, well, she knew what it was like to be left behind. She didn't want any creature to ever feel it. Wasn't that why she had never let anybody in? If you didn't let them in, they wouldn't leave. It was a preemptive strike. But that night, with Lucy curled up on her feet, Lucy didn't seem to mind the lumps, and Jasmine liked the comforting weight and warmth. She found that her mind was clearer and sharper. Looks like you're good for my work, Lucy. I've got this cracked now. I have what the great Anthony Malone needs. Now I just need to meet him and size him up. I'm not going to give this to him unless he coughs up good money, and unless I'm sure that he won't use this for anything other than what it's intended for. If I don't approve of him completely, he's not getting his hands on it, no matter what Della says. Jasmine stretched, tried to feed Lucy cat food, managed to get her medicine down disguised in tuna, and settled down to sleep. Maybe it wasn't too bad to have the cat curled up in its. The bed shifted a little bit. As if she knew where she belonged, Lucy stalked her way over to Jasmine's feet and curled up in that little crook, warm and snug. Jasmine didn't move her. Maybe Lucy knew where she belonged. Maybe she would, too.
Hey there. Did you know that we've other hot romances like this that we want to release? But we need your help. Subscribing shows us that you're part of our journey and allows us to make more of these stories at a higher quality. So please, my queen, subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel now. Thanks. Now back to your story. Chapter 4. Anthony was a little impatient. All right, he was more than a little impatient. His potential new insider and designer was late. Maybe he should have told Della to handle it, but it had seemed important that he take the meeting himself. At least, Della had insisted that if he wanted to hire local and get their influence on his side, he needed to be present and make it clear that he didn't want to take the neighborhood and rip its soul out. Apparently somebody, he could guess who, had put the word out that he was out to do just that. It was so far from the truth that it had angered him. The anger had spurred him to agree to meet the woman who, Della claimed, could fix that particular problem for him. She was apparently an artist who specialized in making sure that her spaces were practical and beautiful. It sounded like a great idea to Anthony, too. But how was she going to live up to the hype when she couldn't even be on time? She was 10 minutes late. 10 minutes was a long time for him. He did not like it when his time was not respected. He had his tablet out and was working. But that didn't seem enough. He looked up, impatience building, and saw her. She was possibly the most elegant woman he had ever seen. She was tall, dark, and slim. Her hair was very short, cropped close to her skull, and she had the face to pull it off. It was the kind of bone structure that made artists and photographers weep, he supposed, because they'd need real genius to show the beauty and delicacy of it. The eyes were large and dark brown, with flecks of gold, he realized. When she turned around and her eyes caught the light streaming in through the glass-paned window of the cafe where Della said his designer had insisted they meet. The cool gray coat would have been dull on anybody else. On her, it just made her glow. her eyes fixed on him, and she walked forward, careful not to bump her bag. A laptop inside, and not the light tablet he preferred, something with real power. He figured on anybody as she walked. She looked like she should be graceful, and she was, except when she stubbed her toe on a table leg hard enough to make him wince. She didn't seem to notice it much. Maybe it happened too often to her. She only stopped to apologize, and he could see that her gracious apology had made the young man whose frothy coffee she had almost knocked over feel like he had been graced by a queen. She was a queen. She stopped at his table, and without waiting for an invitation, shrugged out of her coat, draped it over the back of the chair, and sat down. He didn't mind because the cream blouse and tight red skirt were very appealing on her. She was a beautiful woman, the kind of beautiful woman who wore that loveliness lightly. "I'm Jasmine Turner. You're Anthony Malone. You're expecting me." They were all statements, so the queen didn't lack for confidence either. Why would she, when she looked like that? She could have all the world kneel before her if she wanted. It annoyed him for some reason. "I was expecting you 10 minutes ago." Was that embarrassment? She covered it quickly enough, but he did think it was. "I apologize. I was held up by my cat." Had he really heard that correctly? "Your cat." "I unexpectedly acquired a cat, and I have not yet gotten used to her schedule. I apologize that it interfered with yours. I will try to be brief now." Anthony sat back and considered the woman who was already taking her laptop out. It definitely was not a tablet. "All right, be brief then. Tell me what you can do." She got her spectacle case out and put her glasses on. That tug was as strong as it was unexpected. He had never particularly liked women in glasses, but something about this woman in glasses was definitely doing it for him. "Stop it, Malone," he told himself sternly. He was there on business. This was not a date, despite the coffee shop. He hadn't even asked her if she wanted something to eat or drink. He had ordered a cappuccino for himself, and it was passable, but "I can find your mole." Anthony forgot everything about cappuccinos and sat up straight. "You can what?" Jasmine Turner looked at him over her glasses. Why was that so appealing? As if she was wondering if he was particularly slow or it was just a bad day. That part wasn't very appealing. "I can find your mole. I'm sure Aunt Della told you that I can. She usually assumes I can do everything, but I can't do everything. Sometimes I disappoint her, but this time I won't. I can find your mole. I've got the basic program ready, but it will need modifications depending on details I need from you. But generally, I'll be able to track emails and most activity on the devices on which I can run it. That should be a simple enough way to catch your mole unless they're particularly smart. Using a flip phone or a landline is one of the smarter ways of doing this, but landlines aren't so easy to come by anymore, and flip phones stand out now. If that's done, we'll have to find another way, and I don't know how my skill set could help you." Anthony tried to recall those deep breathing lessons from when he got his scuba diving certification. He definitely needed to calm down. Jennifer was supposed to have vetted Della Simone. Had she broken all her confidentiality agreements and told her niece? He gathered all about something that was supposed to be a bigger secret than the resting place of the Holy Grail. He needed more than deep breathing exercises. He wanted a cigarette, though he had quit about a decade and a half ago. "I'm sorry, but am I to gather that you are not an interior designer with a major in architecture, who is also an important part of the community?" Jasmine looked at Anthony incredulously. It was a pity that such an attractive man, and his photos hadn't done him justice. He was an extremely attractive man. He emanated the kind of raw power that would make women gravitate towards him, and Jasmine was not immune to such elemental attraction. Either was so stupid. "Aunt Della has all my details. Do you think I graduated from MIT as an interior designer? Somebody who wastes an architecture degree by doing only interior design with somebody else's work. Your Aunt Della might have all your details, but the appointment she set up was for me to meet an interior designer to handle my new property." His clipped tone made it amply clear that he was angry. Very angry, she realized, as she noticed the iron self-control in those startlingly blue eyes. Oh, he was angry, and if she didn't manage to find a way to defuse the situation, he might take it out on Aunt Della. What on earth had her aunt been playing at? She took a deep breath and tried to sort it out in her head. Aunt Della told me that you were being undercut suspiciously by a competitor, and that some paperwork had gone missing, paperwork that could have derailed a big deal if you hadn't noticed it. I guessed that she was worried because she worries about people, and she knew I could help. So she set up a meeting using a little subterfuge. And you expect me to believe that you didn't know about this little subterfuge? She could see the quotes around the word. She soldiered on nonetheless. I don't need to indulge in any subterfuge, Mr. Malone. I did this as a favor to Aunt Della, because she's important to me and I trust her judgment. I can't claim to know why she did it this way. Perhaps she thought you wouldn't agree to this meeting otherwise, and she has decided that this meeting is in your best interest? Perhaps you're not accustomed to asking for help? If you believe in taking care of problems that prick at your ego all on your own, perhaps she believed this was the only way to get you to take on a consultant you needed. I don't need you to be my shrink, Ms. Turner. I wouldn't presume to try. I am, however, a software engineer. I'm a coder, and I'm a hacker. I know, for instance, that you paid too much for a property on Eastern Avenue. Since the property belonged to a woman who had a family of 7, and the property was fairly run down, at risk of an inspection from the health department, in fact, I assume that you paid too much because you wanted to. I assume that Aunt Della, even if she doesn't know this, saw in you the kind of person who would do that, and decided to help you, whether you liked it or not. And in the process, thought Jasmine irritably, dragged her into a mess she didn't want to be in. She didn't want to be in this coffee shop. It was too trendy for her, to be honest. And she did not want to be with this man who had altogether too much impact for her liking. She was not handling the situation or herself with the kind of calmness that she counted on from herself. None of this was going according to plan for her. How the devil did you know that? I told you, Mr. Malone, that I am very good at finding out things. If it's online or if it has been online at any time, I can find it. If it's offline, I can track it if I get access to the system, even if it's deleted. Nothing is ever deleted forever. Everything leaves a trace, and I can follow even the faintest of traces. When I want to. I don't always want to do it, Mr. Malone, and I'm not sure I want to right now. Della broke her contract by speaking to you about this. Since you don't have the knowledge necessary to track her calls, and this has been penciled in as a meeting about design, there's no way for you to prove that. Perhaps if you'd thought to record this meeting, it would have been possible, but I don't think you did, Mr. Malone. If you don't want my help, it suits me just fine. As I mentioned, though I'm sure it does not interest you, I recently acquired a cat, and it appears a cat needs more time and attention than is popularly believed. I do not need the money I would charge you if I were to do this for you. Talking to you was a favor to Aunt Della. And if you make any kind of trouble for Aunt Della about this, I'm sure you feel she overstepped, but she is sensible and practical, and this is a solution for you, even if you might not wish to take it. Then believe me, Mr. Malone, I will make trouble for you. I can, and I will. Jasmine's throat was dry by the time she finished saying that. She wished the staff at the coffee shop were good enough to at least get her a glass of water. She really needed it. Had she really threatened this man, and revealed that she had hacked into him? It had taken a lot of digging to find what she had found, and it was pretty much all she had found. He could very well call her bluff and cause her and her aunt all kinds of problems if he were so inclined. What was wrong with her? Couldn't the coffee shop turn the air conditioners on? They charged enough to be able to afford it. She was getting pretty overheated. Are you threatening me, Miss Turner? Jasmine swallowed hard at the silky smoothness of his voice. Oh, this was definitely not a man to mess with. Whoever the mole was, it should be pretty easy to find them without her help. The mole would be the biggest idiot in the place, and the one who lacked any sense of self-preservation. He didn't need her really. Aunt Della was in so much trouble. She had no idea. Of course not. As long as you're not threatening me or my Aunt Della. I take my family very seriously, Mr. Malone. I take my family's well-being and happiness very, very seriously. Now, do I assume that you don't want my help? Or anything to do with me? Shall I leave? The way he was surveying her made her feel like a pinned butterfly. Jasmine had never before considered lepidopterists, but she decided that she did not like them. Not one bit. Dinner. Jasmine frowned. It's 9:20 in the morning. What time zone are you in? I meant tonight, Miss Turner. Have dinner with me tonight and we can talk about this. Jasmine's frown only deepened. I have 40 minutes now. That should be enough for you to decide if you want what I can do. If you don't, there's no point in us wasting each other's time. He shook his head. Was he smirking? Yes, that looked like he was smirking. She really did not like men who smirked at her. Who the hell did he think he was? He needed her. He was the one who needed her, not the other way round. But Aunt Della needed him. Even if she didn't need the job, it would make Aunt Della sad if she got fired. Besides, if he did decide to make life miserable for her. No, he couldn't do that, she suddenly realized. People loved Aunt Della. He apparently wanted to earn brownie points with the community, and making Aunt Della cry would be a terrible way to do that. She was sure he was smart enough to understand that. Jasmine felt a little better when she realized that. You thought of something that makes you feel better about this, observed the obnoxious man in his perfectly tailored Italian suit. He should have looked uncomfortable, sticking out like a sore thumb. All right, sticking out like excellent mascarpone among store brand and processed cheese. But he looked like he could mold his environment to him. The idea of adapting to suit the world, thought Jasmine sourly, had probably never occurred to him. She definitely didn't want to have dinner with him. So why was her heart beating just a little faster? Because her heart was an idiot, she told herself sternly. The rest of her didn't have to follow suit. My thoughts are really none of your concern, Mr. Malone. Do you want the 40 minutes? Or shall we just say goodbye and pretend that none of this happened? Oh no, I think not, Miss Turner. You kept me waiting for 10 minutes. If there's one thing I dislike, it's being kept waiting. It shows a lack of organizational skills and a lack of respect for the other person's time. I don't think you like that assessment. Oh, he didn't think? Jasmine was frowning so hard that she could see her own flared nostrils. I am sorry that I kept you waiting. I assure you, I do not make a habit of it. She was so close to telling him exactly what he could do with his time and his pompous shoes. She had ideas. She had lots of them. I assume you don't. You can meet me for dinner tonight and prove that to me. I don't need to prove anything to you, Mr. Malone. And yet, think of how disappointed your Aunt Della will be if this doesn't work out the way she planned it. That was the moment a few things clicked for Jasmine. Oh, it was mortifying to realize that this stranger had catoned on before she had, and it was even more mortifying to know that he might have had good reason to believe that she'd been in on it. So his earlier indignation hadn't been only because he thought she had attempted subterfuge to get work from him. She could have lived with that. There was nothing wrong with trying whatever you could to get your foot in the door when you had to. These rich men traveled in their own circles and rarely looked for people who weren't like them when they had work to offer. People like her did have to try a few tricks to even be considered. But knowing that he had thought that she'd been in on this strange effort to get his attention in a personal way, that mortified her. Aunt Della, thought Jasmine, glad that she was too dark for her blush to show. You are so going to pay for this. I bet you thought of this. Oh, you're going to pay. I'm going to cook next Sunday and make you eat every last bite. I do believe it hadn't occurred to you until now. Well, Miss Turner, you intrigue me more and more. Dinner tonight. I'd like to pick you up at 8, but you seem like a cautious woman, so you're welcome to get yourself to the restaurant. I have a few options in mind, but I'm sure you know this place better than I do. Seafood, I believe, is what is recommended here. You've been here this long and you haven't tried our crabs? Or the shrimp? Or, for somebody like you, probably the lobster. You can hardly complain that I judged you when you're doing plenty of judging yourself, Miss Turner. After all, I had reason enough to want to judge. I have your number, as your Aunt Della meant for me to do, I'm sure. I'll text you, or call you if I have time. You can think of it as a business dinner if that will help you feel better about it. And we will talk business, and at the end of it, maybe we'll even work together. But for now, I have a meeting. Take care, Miss Turner. I'll see you later today. Unless you decide you'd rather run scared, of course. The infuriating man didn't give her a chance to say anything to him. He got up, dropped a few bills on the table, far too much. She saw it would cover an extravagantly generous tip, and walked out. Every eye was on him as he walked out. She had no doubts that he knew that. She had no doubts that he liked that just fine, either. She hadn't even been able to tell him that she couldn't make it to dinner because she had Lucy. Well, when he texted her, if he texted her, she figured he'd move on to more important things soon enough. She would tell him that she couldn't make it because her cat was sick. Lucy wasn't completely cleared yet. She was kind of a little sick. She needed her. She wasn't going to leave the poor cat alone when she needed her. Coward. She could hear Rita saying it. Drat. So maybe she was a cautious woman. There was plenty of reason for women to be cautious in the world. Just look at the state of it. Rita might have had to deal with less heartbreak if she'd learned to be cautious, too. But he had thrown it down as if it were a gauntlet so casually and so smoothly. Scared, as if she would run scared from an Italian-suited megalomaniac who had far more money than good sense. Any man with good sense would have hired her immediately. She had a vested interest in making sure his objective was met. And besides, she was the best. There was no need for her to prove that to herself or to anybody else. She was the best at what she did. How dare that man insinuate that she needed to convince him? How dare? She caught sight of the time and nearly squawked. She was late to work. What on earth was wrong with her? She was always punctual, always. And now in just one day she was going to be late twice. Obviously, the cat was bad for her. The man was worse. She was stuck with the cat. She had accepted that. But she was not stuck with the man, and she was not going to go to dinner with him. She absolutely was not.
Chapter 5. The bath was only so she could be relaxed. She deserved to relax, didn't she? Of course she did. It had been a long day. Stop stalking me, Lucy. I'm not a pigeon or a canary. And if I were, you wouldn't be allowed to eat me. Do you know how much all that special diet food of yours cost? You have a stomach infection, apparently. But that means I have to thank you again for not making a mess in the house that night. That was very kind of you. Meow. Jasmine nodded. Indeed. I'm not going anywhere. I think I'll get that delivery today. It's been a while since I got my toys to play with. Lucy sat on the bath mat and purred like an engine. Don't you look like that. You have got plenty of toys. I'm not getting you any more toys. Besides, you've taken over my chair. It's my favorite chair. It's ergonomically designed. It keeps my posture good. When Jasmine got out of the bath, checked the time, and toweled her hair dry, the short hair did have its uses. She had no plans. None at all. She hadn't even checked her phone. She hadn't called Aunt Della either. Aunt Della had been calling her, but Jasmine figured it would serve her right to stew for a while. After what she'd sprung on Jasmine, she could hardly complain. Even when she was choosing her outfit, nothing fancy, just slim navy pants and a comfortable cashmere sweater in pale blue that made her glow, she didn't admit to herself just why she was doing it. By the time she was doing her makeup, she had to admit it. She was going for that dinner. But I'm only going because I want to sort this out. It was left halfway and I don't like that, she told Lucy, who had finally given up on waiting for tuna and eaten her prescription food. Lucy obviously did not care. Fine, don't care. I'll be back in a couple of hours. Right on cue, her phone rang, and this time, it wasn't Aunt Della. Jasmine considered her options, but she knew she'd made her choice, really. Jasmine. How had she not noticed that his voice was silky smooth and beautiful? It really was. It was deep and smooth, like a very rich sauce, but with the slightest hint of sweetness in it, as if you just needed to taste it to find out the depth in it. It was intoxicating. No, it was not, corrected Jasmine to herself. Mr. Malone, said Jasmine, pointedly. I hoped we'd be on first-name basis. We are going to dinner, after all. Am I picking you up or are you coming to me? All of that sounded too impatient. I'm meeting you at the restaurant, and I'm picking the restaurant. I agree to your terms, Ms. Turner. Was he mocking her? Well, she would show him soon enough. She smirked as she told him where they would meet. It was probably not going to be fancy enough for him, but they made the best seafood, and she felt like seafood. I hope their bisque is as good as it used to be. She was surprised as she hung up. How did he know about their bisque? She'd gotten the impression that he knew very little about Baltimore. That was one of the reasons why she'd been so surprised when Aunt Della wanted to help him. Well, it didn't matter, did it? Maybe he took his research very seriously, too. Jasmine drove herself to the restaurant, planning to be early. But he was earlier, and the smug smile on his face annoyed her. He knew she'd wanted to be there first. Jasmine composed herself and smiled at the owner of the restaurant, who knew her, because she was Della's friend. She made her way to the table, a good one, not the center of attention but not hidden behind a plant or in a corner or next to the restroom door, and sat down before he could get up and pull the chair out for her. Point for her, thought Jasmine, feeling as smug as he looked. I'm glad you didn't stub your toe on your way over. Jasmine frowned. I don't stub my toe. That was a blatant lie. She'd been a clumsy child, and a clumsy teenager. But she'd gotten over that and developed the elegance that she now felt served her well. You did in the coffee shop. I see you know the proprietor here. Almost family. But you're not getting a discount. I didn't ask for one. You look lovely, Jasmine. Jasmine, not Miss Turner, yet again. Well, she wasn't going to waste her energy fighting what was obviously going to be a losing battle. Thank you. She didn't return the compliment even if he did look good. He wasn't overdressed as she'd hoped he would be. He looked wonderful in tailored slacks and an open-necked shirt, with the cuffs rolled up a bit. He looked like a man who had had a long day and was now looking forward to a relaxing evening and confident of getting what he wanted. He surprised her again by ordering the house white instead of asking for a wine list, and ordered without missing a beat. He was surprising her on all counts. Jasmine didn't like being surprised. It made her feel unprepared. So, Ms. Turner, you have a product to sell me. Jasmine blinked. Why was she Ms. Turner again? Why was this man so very infuriating? I have a product you need, Mr. Malone. She was pleased to make that correction. Convince me. Jasmine frowned. This was not what she'd pictured when she had been trying to figure out if she was going out to dinner with this man. She hadn't come ready for a sales pitch. But what the heck? Why not? Well, Mr. Malone, I believe that you have a mole. Now, you might have an extremely careful mole who does not use any digital technology at all, but that is very unlikely, especially because, I believe, a soft copy has also gone missing. It has been deleted. He nodded, but he didn't look pleased. Jasmine realized that she was probably not making Aunt Della look very good by telling him all of this. That means that there is a digital footprint I can track, and there might even be a digital fingerprint that I can find. The soft copy must have been wiped from your server, if you have one here or at your headquarters, or from whatever cloud storage you use. Whoever did that, no matter how good they are, would have left a trail. Now, the trouble is that trails can be false and deliberately laid. If I was your mole, I'm not, but I like to start by assuming that I'm dealing with somebody potentially capable of outthinking me. It keeps me on my toes. I would not use my own details or my own system to do that. A smart spy would use somebody else's. But an even smarter one would use one system to create one set of fake credentials with admin powers, then log into that using another system, and go on to create another one from there, basically, send whoever comes looking on a wild chase. I'd use a false drive to create another one, make a chain, and I would burn it all and use it only once. There, he didn't look so certain now. You can do all of that? This is fairly basic, Mr. Malone. There's a lot you can do. That's why finding the starting point will take time, and it might mean nothing when you do find it. I would say that it's something you should do because maybe you are dealing with an idiot. Even otherwise, I'd consider it due diligence. But I have something else that would come in handy. Go on. Now he was interested. It was the chase, she realized. He liked that. What I've written is this software that looks like a scheduling app. He nodded approvingly, and she knew that he'd catoned on. Good, so the man was not an idiot. She hadn't expected him to be. Something that nobody would question using if I asked them to, as a trial run before using it across my business. Jasmine smiled. It's innocuous, it's useful, and if I add a few special tweaks and branding, it would make sense. But I assume it's not just a scheduling app. No, it will run a background program that runs surveillance. It will be invisible unless somebody decides to specifically look for it, and even then, they need to know exactly how to look. I've made some modifications that. You're not interested in the specifics. I'm interested in how well it works. Jasmine nodded. Of course. Well, it's light, which it has to be. Any lag will make it suspicious. I assume you would never even consider using a scheduling app that doesn't solve more problems than it causes. Absolutely not. Besides, if it's heavy, they'll be tempted to dig into it. I'm confident that it can stand up to digging, but we don't want to encourage it either. And the app will do the job it's billed as doing, too. It's a cute little thing, very sharply designed. I really should have considered doing this before. Building an app for surveillance? Jasmine shook her head, aghast. Of course not. Do you think people haven't tried to recruit me for things like that? I say no. I've always said no. And even in this case, you will not be able to replicate my coding for the surveillance program. That is mine, and once you have your proof, it will burn. She expected him to argue that point, and braced herself. She barely noticed that she had wine poured, and she had her food in front of her. What about the scheduler? Can we keep that? There, he had surprised her yet again. Jasmine didn't think she would get used to that. She didn't think she'd want to either. We can negotiate. Now, I have my rates, and I need promises. And I need access. I'm not going to quit my job to work for you, so this will have to be done after hours and on weekends. And I have conditions. I will not let you have all the communication that I intercept. Now he really frowned. The man had a scary frown. Then what are you offering me? I will get rid of everything that's of a personal nature, and then turn the rest over to you. I'll flag what I consider suspicious. That will make sure that you won't waste time unnecessarily. She thought she'd managed to spin that positively for him. But he was obviously not buying it, thought Jasmine in dismay as he leaned back and stretched. Now those terms seem pretty unfair to me, Ms. Turner. How would you know that the method of communication is intended to disguise this using a code that gives the appearance that the message is of a personal nature? He was mocking her now. I believe I'll be able to see through that just fine. I'm not a fool, Mr. Malone. I'm sure you're not, but neither am I, Ms. Turner. Your proposal expects me to trust you completely and without reservation. It expects me to accept that you can spot any deviation from the norm. You don't know my business or my people, Ms. Turner. That is not going to happen. Damn. She had expected to come up against that. Expecting it didn't make it any easier. I cannot, in good conscience, agree to help you spy on everybody. They are entitled to their lives and their privacy. He shrugged as if it didn't matter either way. I'm afraid we don't see eye to eye there, Ms. Turner. They signed those rights away when they started working for me. She shook her head angrily. What an arrogant man. This was why she hadn't wanted to do this at all. She'd known that he was arrogant and terrible like this. If the contracts you had your employees sign really are as restrictive as that, then you're a terrible person, Mr. Malone. I'm a successful person, Ms. Turner. Are you really as good as you claim you are? Jasmine shrugged and ate her crab cakes. She wasn't going to help him. I am. But I'm not going to help you invade your employees' privacy. He sat back and regarded her. She felt like she was a lobster in a tank, about 2 minutes away from being dropped into a boiling pot because he had chosen her. It was not a pleasant feeling. She didn't think she would ever eat lobster again. You're hired. But I just said. You're hired, Ms. Turner. Jasmine frowned. Well, you have to think about all possibilities, anyway. What do you mean? For the actual communication, they'll be using a burner phone, I suppose. They wouldn't use their own systems. Or any of their devices. That would be stupid. I assume you don't hire stupid people. But you said you can trace them. I can trace the trail they leave behind, monitor their communication, and get a good idea of who it is. Nobody's ever perfect at something like this. Everybody makes mistakes. We'll find out who it is when they make the mistake. But we might not find out who hired them to spy on you. Finding the mole is one thing. Finding whoever hired the mole is another. He shrugged and sipped his wine. Don't worry about that, Ms. Turner. I already know who is behind all of this. I just need to root out the rat in my operation. She wasn't going to ask. He wanted to make her ask, and she wasn't going to. But now the curiosity was burning. She had spent so much time on this. She gave up after about 2 minutes. Who is it? Who is out to destroy you? Richard Sanders. Jasmine froze. Ruthless Rick? So you have heard of him. I wouldn't have thought that the two of you traveled in the same circles, Ms. Turner. Jasmine shook her head. Her mouth had gone dry. Aunt Della hadn't mentioned this. It was no longer just an interesting problem for her to solve. That made all of this personal. I'll take the job. A flicker of surprise, masked quickly and smoothly. She wouldn't have noticed it if she hadn't been looking for it. Good. Now let's enjoy dinner, Jasmine. She was Jasmine again, she thought numbly. She wanted to get away. She wanted a moment to herself. She wanted Rita. She wanted Aunt Della. She wanted her family. But she stayed there, and she made it through to the end of dessert, and she hoped that she gave him no clue of how much that revelation had affected her. She couldn't afford to let it show. Lucy, come here, said Jasmine slowly and picked up the cat that had come to greet her, looking vaguely disapproving that she had left at all. I'm sorry, honey. It was a strange dinner. It was strangely comforting to have the cat to talk to. For one thing, she wouldn't talk back. Somewhere in the back of her mind, Jasmine realized that she was changing. She didn't like it, but she couldn't seem to help it. She had gotten a cat. She, who so carefully avoided all kinds of attachments, had gotten a cat. And it was comforting to know that she had. Jasmine changed, gave the cat a treat, a special diet treat, and denuded her face of makeup before getting into bed, hoping that she wouldn't spend the night thinking of it. Ruthless Rick. The moniker was stupid, frankly. Nobody in real life should go around calling themselves Ruthless Rick. But it suited him. Nobody could deny that he lived up to it. He had nearly ruined her life, gleefully. And now she had the chance to destroy him. She'd just have to abandon values she'd held dear all her life to do that. And she would have to trust Anthony Malone. How different was he from Ruthless Rick, anyway? She would have to trust somebody she knew nothing about. Jasmine wasn't sure she knew how to do that. Anthony stood on the balcony of his penthouse apartment and looked out. He remembered this view. It had changed a lot from the time he had climbed up the clock tower and looked down, but the spirit of the city was the same. There were always good guys and bad guys, and people who were somewhere in the middle, like him. There were always things happening. There would be violence, and happiness, and joy and grief down there. He was above it all, but he could feel the pull. The tug was strong. It was because of Jasmine Turner. He knew that. Something about her had touched him, and something in her had awoken his protective instincts. He didn't like that. He had admired her dedication to her ethics, even if he couldn't help her stick to it. He had liked how she'd stood up to him. But she would help him. And he needed to know why she had agreed so abruptly. He needed to find out who she was. But more than that, she had made him feel alone, and that wasn't sitting well with him. What was it about her that had drawn him to her so much? It wasn't just what she could do, even if she was as good as she said she was. He knew what he had to do. He had to make a call and make sure that she could back up her claims with solid results. He knew whom to call to find that out. Roger Vickley was one of the few people in the world who Anthony Malone trusted. The trust hadn't come easy. But sometimes, bonds formed at 18 were the strongest. They had depended on each other. They had always helped each other, without questions if need be. Roger was now a very respectable lawyer, but he was also an expert at digging up dirt on people. He'd done it for a long time, to survive. There weren't many respectable ways to get a college fund going if you had nothing and nobody. Roger would find out everything in her past for him. Really, if Roger had had the time to spare, he would have asked him to find this mole for him. But that would take time, and Roger now had something fulfilling in his life. He had his work. But this was one thing. Finding out the connection between Richard Sanders and Jasmine Turner was just one thing. That was a reasonable favor to ask, wasn't it? Roger would do it. He knew that. So why was he reluctant to make that call? Why did he feel like he didn't want to intrude and invade her privacy and her life? She didn't matter to him. She wouldn't matter to him. Deliberately, he turned away from the view and walked back inside. He barely noticed how beautifully and sleekly decorated it was, or the selection of cold cuts and salad on the sideboard. There had been a time when his stomach would have rumbled with hunger when he saw it, because he hadn't had anything to eat except what he could scrounge up from the garbage. Oh, he knew what it was like to be poor and alone in the world. Everything he had, he'd made on his own. He would not soften now. He got his phone out and he made the call. A few miles away, Jasmine made a call, too. She too called the one person she trusted above everything and everyone else. She too called the one person who would always be there for her. But unlike Anthony, she didn't make the call out of determination to bury the discomfort that had been brought out in her. She made the call because she knew she could turn to her for comfort, always, and she would never be turned away. She sought warmth, and she let herself be helped. Rita? Her voice was small and uncertain. Jazz? Shit, what's wrong? Aunt Della. Mom is fine, Jazz. No, it's the guy she's working for now. He has an enemy. Aunt Della asked me to help. Is she trying to get you to be a vigilante hacker again? Rita, it's Ruthless Rick. I have to go after Ruthless Rick.
Chapter 6. Tony, that was fast, Roger. It wasn't hard to find. Not if you knew what to look for. What do you know about this Jasmine Turner? I know where she works. She codes and she hacks. She does both, and she has an excellent reputation as a coder. One of the brightest minds in the industry. If she's on the case, she will find you the proof you need. It won't stand up in court because it'll have been obtained using, let's say, creative methods. I don't need it to stand up in court. I just need to know who to fire. And then there will be another one, pointed out Roger. I won't let them be. Did you find out what I asked you to? Jasmine Turner. She's an orphan. Her parents died in what was ruled an accident due to negligence of the other driver. But there was no prosecution. She was 11 when they died. She was taken in by her godmother, Della Simone, who is currently working for you. Della Simone already had a daughter, Henrietta. They were very close in age. Simone was a single mother at a time. She got involved with her neighbor, Thomas Arnold, but that didn't take. He left. Simone held things together, and from all accounts, the two girls had a good childhood. Henrietta Simone is now a manager at a PR agency. It's not Henrietta Simone that I need to know about. Impatient as ever. Have you ever considered calling yourself Impatient Anthony? Or Hasty Tony? Roger. Fine. Jasmine Turner's parents had taken a couple of loans from a certain disreputable character. It wasn't exactly official. Her new guardian, Simone, paid off as much as she could from the state that the Turners left behind. But that wasn't enough. They didn't own the home outright, or the car they'd been driving in, which had been totaled anyway. Sanders. Bingo. Sanders likes collecting loans in creative ways. Once Jasmine Turner turned 18, she became the target, not Della Simone. I don't know how she did it, but in 2 years, while she was still in college, she managed to pay it all off. And that was the end of that? He heard the hesitation in the pause. There were a couple of blips. A couple of visits to the emergency room from Jasmine Turner. Nothing serious, but one of those times there was a black eye and contusions and broken ribs. He sent his goons to beat her up? I think there was more to it than just the money. Be careful, Tony. I'm always careful. Thanks, Roger. More of that hesitation. I'm coming down there. What? I have a case I was considering sending somebody else down to Baltimore for. Now I don't have to. I'm coming down there. You don't. When will you realize, Tony, that no matter how rich you get, you'll never be the boss of me? I'll see you soon. Roger hung up, and Anthony stood there, a little baffled. Apparently, Roger had decided that he needed backup, whether he liked it or not. That was unexpected. But Anthony went to bed that night lighter than he had in a while. Having Roger by his side would help. It always helped. You don't have to stay with me, Rita. Rita had come over the night before, and despite her objections that she was perfectly fine and did not need a babysitter, Jasmine had been glad. But now she'd had a day to work and get herself figured out, and she didn't like having put Rita out of her way at all. I'm staying until I'm sure you're fine. And anyway, Lucy likes me. Don't you, Lucy? Lucy did like Rita, a bit too much. Jasmine was beginning to feel a little ignored. Why don't you go home with Rita then, you ungrateful feline destroyer? She just used one of those pillows as a scratching post. It did look a little like a post after you propped it up like that. Besides, I've always thought that those barrel-looking pillows are useless. You can rest your head on them, they keep rolling away, and you can expect them to stay put when you need to prop yourself up. Those pillows need pillows. Say, Mama sent you lasagna. She didn't send me lasagna. I don't like this favoritism, Jazz. You're my sister and I love you. But Mama is supposed to love us both equally, and she doesn't seem to do that. Jasmine chuckled. She knew you were on a diet because you told her, Rita. You can hardly blame her after that. You could have just kept it to yourself, and nobody would have known. Then I would have eaten everything and broken my diet. Smashed it into pieces. I don't know how you never get fat. I swear, puberty just meant you got taller and you got boobs. You got hips, but barely any. Now you're being mean. Did you stay over to be nice or to be mean? I'm your sister. I'm entitled to be mean. She was her sister. People said that blood mattered, but Jasmine knew from experience that blood only mattered as much as they seemed to think it did if you let it. If you let your heart matter more, then it mattered more. Fine. Then I'll defrost the nice, healthy soup, and we can have that for dinner. Don't even think about it. We're having lasagna. And you can thank me later, or now if you'd like to. I don't mind. But I got a gallon of cookies and cream on the way home. I don't think you understand the concept of a diet, Rita. I think I understand the concept just fine. I just disagree with it tonight. Come on now. We didn't do anything last night, I just hugged you, and you fell asleep. I can't believe you fell asleep, the cat must have helped. But I'm not leaving until we talk, so we might as well have ice cream. Jasmine sighed. Apparently, she wasn't about to get a choice. All right, I'll get the wine too. Now you're talking. They were curled up on the couch in a few minutes, and Jasmine had to admit that she did feel better. It was nice to not be alone. So, my Jazz, you're going after ruthless Rick. I don't like thinking of him like that. I know you don't. But this is the man who tried to have you beaten up when you were 20 years old. Darling. I know. He didn't just try, so I know. But I could never prove it, and the investigation said it was a mugging gone wrong, so nothing. I remember how things were. I remember how bad you were. I'm not going to let you go back there to help some guy who has more money than we can imagine. He doesn't even need to set up here in Baltimore. He can go back to wherever he came from. He wants Sanders' territory. That's good. What? It's good. I want Sanders to have less power. I don't want him to get richer. He has cops and politicians in his pocket now. Back then, it was just him taking over his father's business and getting a little more aggressive about collections. Now it's something worse. Now he has real influence. You're going to go on a crusade and risk hurting yourself about all of this? He hurt me a long time ago, Rita. The plans that Aunt Della talked to me about. Didn't you talk to her? What Malone wants to do. Rita nodded reluctantly. It doesn't sound so bad what he's trying to do. It doesn't, because it's not. I think we should do what we can to help, really. If it's a choice between him and Sanders, I know which I would choose. So you trust this guy, then? You looked into him? I tried. He's either squeaky clean or he's had somebody go in and change a lot of things. I can't find much from before he was 18. Most of the stuff I found is after that. He has a college education. I think he went on a scholarship. And he didn't start big. He started pretty small and built it up. You like him. I think he can be admired to a point, but he's also ruthless. He has no qualms about putting surveillance on all his employees because one might be spying on him. There might be no spy, too. Maybe he's just losing his touch and getting old. You don't believe that. Mama wouldn't have asked you to help if it had been like that. Jasmine had circled around to that conclusion, too, but it hadn't made her happy. I can't just give up all my principles and give him all that information, Rita. But you've already agreed. Rita said that quietly. Jasmine frowned. I didn't say that. You didn't, but I know you, so I know you did. You've already made up your mind. Now you might as well stop beating yourself up about it and get to work. Right? This is not what I had in mind for a sister talk when you came over. I know, but this is what you need, Jazz. Sometimes you get what you need, not what you want. Jasmine gestured at the indulgent meal they were still making their way through. That's not how things look right now. And sometimes we just take what we want. Trust your gut, Jazz. I trust it. Jasmine hesitated. There's more. What haven't you told me? Nothing, muttered Jasmine. Jazz. Nothing. There's nothing. Oh my goodness, you don't say. It can't be true. It can't be true, agreed Jasmine. You like this man? What? No, that is complete and utter nonsense. Of course I don't like him. That's ludicrous. This has absolutely nothing to do with me liking him or not liking him, which I do not, so there's nothing to do with anything. Drat, she'd completely blown that. Well, I wonder if Mama had this in mind, too. I wouldn't be surprised, you know. She wants me to date less and she wants you to date more. Of course she'd think of you. And this little problem, it fell into her lap. Didn't it? Now I wonder if you're right to ask if there is a spy at all. It all sounds pretty far-fetched, doesn't it? There is a spy. Why do you say that? Because Anthony Malone is not a paranoid man. If he thinks that something's going down, that means that he needs to take precautions. Then something is definitely going down. I think. You do like him. I don't like him or anything. Don't be silly, Rita. This is not high school. It's not. Maybe it's not that you like him. Maybe he's just so hot that you can't resist him. I looked him up. He's good-looking. Well, not a pretty boy, of course, but he's a good-looking man. No, he's definitely not a pretty boy. I met a pretty boy the other day. I was considering introducing him to you, but if you've already got your sights on this one, I don't think the pretty boy can compare. I mean, I don't want to know what you mean, Rita, said Jasmine severely, but the damage was done. There was no way to stop it, and there was no way she could hide it from Rita either. At least it's a nice distraction from worrying about Sanders. You know, you can bond over plotting his destruction. Wouldn't that be a nice date? You're completely mad, Rita. Absolutely, and you wouldn't have it any other way. Now, I'm taking the chowder home with me tomorrow. What? No, I like chowder. Either I take the chowder or I tell Mama. Jasmine knew when she was beaten, but she sat back and felt lighter than she had in a while. Sisters might be big headaches and more trouble than they're worth, but there was nothing like them anyway. Jasmine took a deep breath and walked to the offices. She was ostensibly there to meet Aunt Della. 3 people knew the truth. One of those who didn't would be caught in her trap soon. Then she would have to turn that person over to Anthony Malone, trusting his sense of fairness and justice. She wasn't sure she could do that. She didn't see what options she had, though. They're all in a meeting, hissed Aunt Della when she got out of the elevator. Then why are you whispering? Oh, well, I don't know. Jasmine smiled, but she really didn't feel much like smiling. She was beginning to wonder if the end did justify the means. If she started down this road, where would she end? Well, come on in. You will need my system, Mr. Malone said. Did he now? Murmured Jasmine as she sat down in her aunt's chair. He was right, though. She sat down and took a deep breath. This was it. There was no turning back now. But doubts left her as she started working. It was like music to Jasmine, the way she could snake through cracks, the way she could find traces where they'd been erased almost completely, the way she could slither along the network and find all its secrets. Terminal 1 had been spending too much time on Tumblr, and that too on the unsavory parts of it. She wouldn't bring it up with Malone, but she wondered what he would do about it when he found out. They'd scrubbed most of the data and cleared cookies and cache, but she could still see it. Terminal 2 was very naive. They saved their passwords on their browser, Internet Explorer of all things, and seemed to never empty their recycle bin. She was tempted to give the entire system a good scrub. Terminal 3 was interesting. Whoever it was had installed an alternate operating system. They were working on Ubuntu. Jasmine approved. It was far more secure than working on Windows. It took her a little longer, but she got past that and the firewall and got the data she needed. She would scrape it now and go through it later. Terminal 4 made her grin. She had a feeling she'd like whoever sat there, because it was full of memes, the good-natured kind. She dutifully got the data from there as well and sat back. There was one that would take her some more time, and it would make Anthony Malone unhappy. But his computer was also hooked up to the network, and she saw no reason why she shouldn't have some fun. She went right ahead and did to him what he had asked her to do to his employees. Sure, they'd signed away their rights to privacy for what they did on their work terminals, but she didn't see why he should have exemption from that. Besides, it was possible that whoever was leaking information was using Malone's computer to do it. It would be a neat little way of covering their tracks. Jazz did a quick check of her aunt's system and saw nothing amiss. Still, she did a quick run-through and made sure she got what she needed. Then she amped up the protection on that computer, because it was pitiful. Finally, she uploaded her software and made sure that it was installed on all the terminals, including Malone's own. She was looking forward to how that would annoy him. If everybody was going to surrender their privacy to him, then he should know how it feels because he would surrender his to her. At least until he figured it out, which she was sure he would. She was done and chatting with her aunt by the time the meeting was over and the 4 people who'd been with Malone came trooping out. She looked at them, 3 men and 1 woman, not ideal numbers, and tried to match face to name and terminal. The woman was easy, of course. The men, 2 of them looked like they'd been cut from the same cloth. They were almost from the same mold. One had lighter blonde hair than the other, but other than that, she might have mixed them up. Preppy white boys who thought it was fine to look her over as if she was a piece of meat. She ignored them. The neo-Nazi supporter was probably one of them. The woman was dressed nicely, but not expensively. She wore a bright purple scarf and a bright pink lipstick that looked bold, not girlish. The suit was nothing special, but she was pretty, and she was frowning. Her Latina heritage was visible in her olive-toned skin, dark eyes, and strong eyebrows. A very striking young woman, thought Jasmine. The last one was the only black person there other than Aunt Della. But he was a black man from a fairly rich background. It was obvious in the way he dressed, the way he carried himself, and the way he nodded at Jasmine as if she didn't matter at all. But that wasn't right. Malone was coming out, and there was another man with him. Pretty boy, thought Jasmine. Rita would definitely like him, with those baby blue eyes and corn-colored hair. He was trim and tall, though not as tall as Malone. He looked gym fit, and he looked like he would always be ready for a good laugh. A very likable man. But she hadn't been given any information about him. Jasmine did not appreciate that. Ah, Della. Roger, this is Della Simone. She's Baltimore's Jennifer. Roger whistled. Those are some impressive shoes to fill, Miss Simone. I'm Roger Vickley. I'm a friend of Tony's. If I insist that you call me Roger, could I perhaps call you Della? I came in when you'd stepped out, but Tony shared half his quiche with me and I feel like I know you already. I couldn't possibly call you Ms. Simone after eating that glorious quiche. It's the best quiche I've ever had in my life. Charmed? Aunt Della laughed. Jasmine frowned. She didn't like charming men. Rita would definitely like him. She'd have to be careful not to let the 2 meet. Roger Vickley looked like exactly the kind of slick operator who'd have Rita crying her eyes out yet again. Not if she could help it. And you must be the very helpful and intelligent Jasmine. Tony didn't tell me that you're lovely to go with that. Perhaps because it's irrelevant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Vickley. Mr. Malone, the scheduling software and an instruction manual have been installed on all systems. I hope you will find it helpful. You have everything you need. Ignoring the 2 men, she turned to Aunt Della. I need to go back to work now. I have a lot of catching up to do. See you on Sunday, Aunt Della? Of course, Jazz. I'll make sure you have some excellent food to take home with you, too. My girl doesn't eat enough. Not enough meat on her bones. Since I'm not going to be slaughtered, that shouldn't matter as long as the meat there is doesn't turn to fat, Aunt Della. Now, you be good and don't have too much fun, you hear me? Goodbye, gentlemen. Jasmine got as far as the elevator. Wait, Miss Turner. Jasmine turned, resigned. Of course the stupid elevator was stuck 3 floors below her. Of course it was. I need to see you this evening. I need to get my work done, Mr. Malone. My actual work. You will remember, perhaps, that I don't exactly work for you. This is more something I'm doing for my aunt than anything else. I'll be busy tonight. And I have a cat. She had no idea why she'd said the last part. It was nothing to him if she had Lucy. Why had she said it? Well, your cat is very lucky. You do have to eat. And it sounds like Della freezes food for you. She does. What did that have to do with him? Excellent. I know that Della is probably the best cook in the county. I'll see you at 8, Miss Turner. Try not to be late. I will see you, Jasmine, and you can think of it as work if you like. Now, don't frown like that. Your aunt is watching. She will be so disappointed if she thinks you're not being nice to me. I don't know where you get your prickly nature from. Your elevator is here. What excellent timing. Take care, Jasmine. I'll see you tonight. Dazed and a little confused, Jasmine got in the elevator, thoroughly outmaneuvered by an obvious master. This was getting far more complicated than she could have imagined.
Chapter 7. Jasmine had just about convinced herself that he wasn't coming after all when the doorbell rang. I bet it's him. I bet he expects to be fed. Well, he's going to be disappointed when I point out that Aunt Della makes one-person servings for me. And it will serve him right, don't you think, Lucy? The ginger cat didn't even give her the meow she'd come to expect. If you like him, you can jolly well go home with him, informed Jasmine sternly before walking to the door, taking her time and opening it. The fact that Anthony Malone was standing there was not a surprise. The fact that he was holding a 6-pack of Tsingtao and cartons of Chinese takeout, though, was. She was shocked enough not to stop him from brushing past her breezily into her apartment. You must be Lucy. Your Aunt Della has told me all about you. Apparently you like tuna. Isn't it handy that I happen to have a can of it with me? She's on a special diet, interrupted Jasmine. I had a feeling she'd say that, the spoilsport. That's why I stopped by Pet Supplies and got you these special treats. They tell me that it's going to taste almost exactly like tuna. How about some, then? He wasn't even looking at her, damn it. She could be petty and tell him not to feed her cat, but just look at Lucy. She was sitting down, her tail still and steady, and looking at him with those big, serious green eyes. Jasmine had no problems being mean and petty with Malone, but with Lucy, no, she couldn't do it. She couldn't stop herself from smiling when she saw Lucy rise up on her hind legs to get the treat, take it so daintily, and dart away to her bed to sit and savor it properly. Lucy wasn't even batting it around like she usually did with her treats. She seems to really like that. I'd appreciate it if you could write down the name of the treat and the shop for me. I'd like to get it for her. Sure, but I have what I think is probably a year's supply here for her, so you don't have to rush out for it. Now, Della told me that you're partial to seafood. I noticed it myself, so I got you shrimp noodles, crab spring rolls, and shrimp in some soy chili concoction that's apparently very popular. Jasmine's stomach growled right on cue. Well, there was obviously no point in pretending not to want it. She'd forgotten her hunger thanks to the nerves. And those nerves were thanks to that man. But she couldn't hold on to the resentment as her cat padded over to him and glared at him in expectation of another treat. She couldn't seem to hold on to the resentment when he smiled like that. He really did have a beautiful smile. Like a fallen angel's, thought Jasmine, and she stopped herself, wondering when she had gotten so fanciful. It wasn't her. Thank you. I like all of that. But you shouldn't be talking to Aunt Della about me. Well, if it's accepted that I have my eye on you, Jasmine, don't you think it would become easier for you to drop by the office often? Visiting your perfectly sharp and capable aunt multiple times would seem a little odd. But if it got around that we're dating, well, you'd be able to come and go as you pleased. You could make whatever tweaks and modifications you might want to make. Jasmine frowned. I don't think that's a good idea. I promise not to ravish you on the reception table, Jasmine. Your reputation will still be intact when I'm gone. When he was gone. Why did those words feel like she'd been punched in the gut? Of course he would go. This was not his home. This was not his place. This was her home, and her place. She'd do well to remember that. How had she come so close to forgetting it? Jasmine was beginning to feel like she no longer even recognized the woman that she was. I haven't done much with the data yet. The surveillance software is working just fine. I didn't doubt that for a moment, Jasmine, but I'm here because I want to have a meal with you and your cat. And I brought your favorite takeout. So sit down, let me open you a beer, and let's have a meal. Sit. I'll get what we need from your kitchen. I know the layout. She wondered for a moment how he knew the layout and realized that it would be part of his job and his research. Well, fine, so he knew the layout. He could do the work, and she would sit and have a meal. How bad could it be? An hour later, Jasmine could hardly breathe from laughing. You didn't. We did. Roger and we had to sleep in the dean's mudroom, and his mudroom lived up to its name all night. It would have been very cold except that they didn't take the coats inside, so we hunkered down under these old and rather smelly coats. We got up at the crack of dawn and pretended to be just piles of cloth until somebody opened the door. We stole a coat each to run away without being identified. We would have been expelled for sure if we had been. Yes, I just bet you would have been. I can't believe you'd do that. Roger, too. He doesn't look like the kind to get into trouble like that, does he? You don't, either. You don't look like you'd let yourself be silly enough to get into trouble like that, either. It was nearly a lifetime ago. But the two of you are still as close as you were then. Sometimes, we choose our family. Sometimes they're chosen for us and it works out well, after all. Della isn't really your aunt. Did you dig into me? I don't have much to hide. No, she's not really my aunt. I'm not her blood. But it doesn't matter. She's mine in every way that really matters. He nodded, and she knew that he understood. Well, shall we get to work? Oh. Much as I'm enjoying myself in the evening, we do have work to do. Yes. Yes, of course. Let's get this done, then. She'd gotten started on the data she'd collected, and she had some to show him. I think, at this point, I'd focus on Terminal 1 and Terminal 3. They're the ones who are poking around in the network the most. I don't know if their jobs require that or not, but they've been looking through all the folders. I assume they don't technically need to do that to do their job. I can't tell from that. But they do seem unlikable. Terminal 1 is Joshua Harris. He came to us highly recommended. Terminal 3 is Antoinette Mathers. Oh. By tomorrow, the scheduler will be on all the phones, including the local staff. This is just the team that came down with me. She frowned. You don't like that. No. It's invasive. I know. I'm sorry. None of the data will be kept after we resolve this. But it will be in your head. You will know. That's invasive. This really matters to you. She nodded and turned to him with an idea that she had a feeling he might not go for. She wasn't sure if she wanted to either, but it was a lot more straightforward. We should think outside just your current office. You're going to rent more space in the building, I assume? Maybe buy it. I've made an offer. But yes. I've hired staff from an agency, a temp agency. I'll monitor them and hire the ones I like. We'll expand the office, too. Right now, I've just started. It's only been a couple of months. It had taken a long time before he'd been ready to come back to Baltimore. But he was glad that he was back, and he was glad to know that he was ready, as he'd hoped he would be. I think I should hack into it from all sides. I should hack into the agency's records and see if anybody has ties to Sanders. And I think I should hack into Sanders. He went completely still. You can do that? I did some rudimentary work on you. I didn't go deep enough to send up any flags, but even a rudimentary look gave me a good idea of who you talk to, who you trust, and what your life is like. If I can get into Sanders' phone somehow, maybe I'd be able to clone it. If I can actually get his phone, I could definitely clone it and get this over with quickly. We have one person to focus on there. Here, we have too many players. Monitoring all of them is not something a couple of people can do, and I don't want to involve Aunt Della in this. I don't want this mess to get any messier than it already has. I don't like it. Why not? He's dangerous. Jasmine laughed bleakly. Oh, I know he's dangerous. I know how dangerous he is. I have a history with him. But if this is my chance to take him down, then I will take it. Jasmine looked up to see that he was hesitating. Had she actually had 3 pints of beer? That was 2 more than she usually had. Well, she hadn't said anything much. And he didn't look too shocked, she realized. You're not surprised. You already knew. I did. You looked into me. Roger does that for me when I need it. He's very good at digging into people. He's not a hacker, he does it the old-fashioned way, but he's very good. Jasmine nodded slowly. A part of her wanted to slap him and kick him out, but the rest of her was fair enough to point out that this wasn't so different from what she had done to him. She couldn't really get mad at it, could she? Fine, so you know that back when Sanders had been just a loan shark, my parents owed him money. I had nothing left after the will was probated. I would have had no one if Aunt Della hadn't taken me in. I paid every penny back in the end, but it took a while, and there were times when... When what? Didn't your Roger find out? He said that there were hospital records. You went to A&E twice. I did. I fell down the stairs. That's not what happened. 15 years ago, loan collecting was a difficult business. It's not one where ethics are involved. When the collector looks at you and decides he likes what he sees, you have to give him what he wants or fight. Fighting involves getting hurt, sometimes. But I fought, and if I was hurt, so was he. I'm sorry, Jasmine. I'm sorry you had to go through that. And I'm sorry I brought it up now. Jasmine shrugged jerkily. She remembered that time. She remembered how she tried to keep it all a secret from Aunt Della instead of turning to her and getting the authorities involved. But she had paid it all back in the end, and she had left her past behind. At least, she believed that she'd left her past behind. It's fine. It's all over and done with. It won't influence me now. She wasn't too sure of that, but she was determined not to let it. Wow, we ate everything. And what is in that treat? Lucy didn't beg for anything at all. Your cat begs? Well, more like imperiously demands, but she does make attempts to get food from me. She likes seafood, too. I bet she does. Your aunt said you rescued her. Well, not really. She just turned up. She was a little sick but strong enough to go through the building and get everybody to give her food. When she came to me, I couldn't kick her back out. I did what I could. You're a good person. You have a kind heart. You're not just a beautiful woman. Jasmine looked at him in surprise. She'd been so comfortable with him as they worked together that she'd almost forgotten about that part. The awareness of his closeness had just faded into the background. But now it was back, with a vengeance. There was no ignoring it now. Go on a date with me. I can't. You have your reasons for not trusting. So do I. And yet I want to go on a date with you. It's just a date. What do you say? Jasmine took a deep breath and shook her head. It took a lot of effort to do that, far more than she might have expected. But she was very pleased with herself after she managed to shake her head. Why not? Things are complicated now. We're working together. All right, then. I will ask you again when we're not working together, and then you won't have that excuse anymore. Jasmine opened her mouth to protest, but she clamped it shut again. She didn't know what she was protesting. She wasn't sure what she wanted. That was more than unusual for her. She usually knew herself very well. Fine. Now I think we've done all the work we could do. I'll have more by tomorrow. I'll keep up the monitoring, but it's a lot. I still think I should get hacking. It would make a lot more sense than this. This is too wide a net. We won't catch anything. We won't even know if we catch anything. I can do a run with keywords, but even so, I don't think we're going to find anything. You're giving up before we begin. I'm not giving up. I'm trying to be practical, devise a strategy that has the best chance of working. This works for a more general kind of surveillance and monitoring. But for something more specific, we'll get too much data. I'll think about that. The earlier ease of conversation was gone. Whatever she thought might have been happening between them was over, too. It was definitely not happening any longer. Well, then, I guess that's about it. Thank you for your time, Jasmine. And thank you for dinner. And for Lucy's treats. I hope you're not driving. I'll get a cab. Are you worried about me, Jasmine? Suddenly, he was all teasing again. Anthony Malone was a confusing man. I wouldn't want you to get a DUI. Aunt Della would be sad. That wouldn't do at all, would it? Good night, Jasmine. She didn't know how it happened, but she found herself in his arms and being kissed goodnight. Her eyes flew open, wide, as he kissed her. It wasn't a soft peck. There was nothing soft or puckish about that kiss. It was deep and thorough, and when he finally let her go, she felt like her knees might have turned into jelly. He looked smug. Yes, now it's a date. Good night, Jasmine. I hope you dream of me. I think I can promise you that I will dream of you. GRRNT. That was all she could get out of her mouth when she tried to say good night. She leaned against the wall for support and locked the door after him. What was that? What had that been all about? Sure, he'd been joking about dates and stuff, but kissing her? Why had he kissed her like that? And boy, the man could kiss. He was obviously an expert. She wondered if women routinely lost temporary function of their legs after being kissed by Anthony Malone. Her first instinct was to call Rita and tell her. But she didn't. She hugged that little secret to herself, gave Lucy another treat, cleared up the mess they'd made, and went to bed. But she couldn't sleep once she was in bed. Every time she tried to close her eyes and drift off, she saw him, those blue eyes glowing with teasing knowledge as he moved closer to her. Had she really not noticed? Or had she not wanted to notice? Had she known that the evening would end like that? Had she clung to the idea of work a little too desperately? Oh, drat! She pulled her blanket up and over her head, only to feel a little paw batting at her. Jasmine pulled it down again and looked into clear green eyes. The cat curled up in the warm spot Jasmine had left as she tossed and turned, right beside her head. Fine, take the good spot on the pillow. Go ahead and do that. Green eyes glared back. I know, it's not your fault. I don't like this, Lucy. I don't know, I haven't dated a man in so long. I definitely haven't dated a man like Tony, that's for sure. And when did I start thinking of him as Tony? Sometime, I will call him Tony, it will just slip out, and he will look so smugly at me. I don't think I can take that, Lucy. Could you take a man who looked as smug as that? Let's say there was a tomcat. But there was, wasn't there? And you got mastitis. It's gone now, but I could feel it, my poor girl. It must have hurt you so much. That no-good Tom wasn't around after that, was he? He knocked you up and left you to take care of everything. I wonder what happened to your kittens, Lucy. Poor babies, I know you must have tried your best. But did they make it? It's sad, this world. Everything about it is sad. The only guarantee in life is death. The only guarantee is that everybody will finally leave you, one way or another. Sometimes they choose to leave you. Sometimes they don't choose it, but they leave anyway. Why would anybody take the risk of getting involved with anybody when they know that? Mew. That was the softest sound she had ever heard from Lucy, as if the cat sympathized. It's sad, but I'm all right on my own. I have Rita and I have Aunt Della. I have my work. And now I have you. I never meant to have you, but I do. That's all I need. I don't need a man. I don't need to fall in love. I've seen what love does to Rita. I don't want that to happen to me. It's bad enough that I can't protect everybody I love already. I'm not going to get involved with him. Tony Malone. She no longer even knew what to call him or how to think of him. That kiss had shaken her far more than it should have. It's because it's been so long since I dated, Lucy. It's because I haven't dated in so very long. Let's see, it has been. Goodness, it's been about 3 years since I even went on a casual date. No wonder the kiss knocked me over. It's just been a really long time. It was a purely physical reaction. It meant nothing special. It doesn't mean that it was because of Tony. But she didn't really believe it. Nobody she dated had ever kissed her like that. She'd never felt like that even with the one man who, a decade ago, she had almost said yes to when he'd proposed to her. She'd almost said it. But she had said no, after crying all night, because she had known that she couldn't risk marriage. She couldn't risk children. She couldn't risk having children and then dying, leaving them behind. She wouldn't do it. Ron had been a sweet man, a musician with a romantic soul who had seen in her something that she simply hadn't had. In the end, he had married a nice girl who worshipped the ground he walked on, as he deserved. And he still loved that nice girl, and the twins who were now 6 years old. Jasmine was happy for him. But she had always known that it wasn't for her. That life wasn't for her. She was a solitary creature, and she would always be that. She didn't want to change that. She was happy with that. Finally, she fell asleep, and her last thought was to wonder if Tony was asleep. He wasn't, because his knees still felt a little weak, even if he was in bed. Alone.
If you want more BWWM romances like this, please my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen. Chapter 8. Jasmine's eyes flew open, coming awake in one sharp second, as she usually did. But she usually woke up like that at around 6:30 in the morning, not at. She checked the glowing numbers on her alarm and lay back in frustration. Not at 3 in the night, Maybe if she called at 3 in the morning, it would feel a little less wrong. Lucy was stretched out beside her on the pillow. "Get off," demanded Jasmine, but not with any real heat. Lucy ignored her. "Fine. Keep sleeping. You have a vet's appointment in 2 days, so don't look so happy with yourself. You're going to be poked and prodded." The cat didn't understand a word, but the thought of Lucy being poked and prodded made Jasmine sad. So the cat got cuddled. Instead, Jasmine tried to go back to sleep as the cat slithered out of her arms and settled down on her pillow again, looking affronted at having been disturbed like that. There was no use. She couldn't sleep. She could count sheep until the end of time and she wouldn't be able to sleep. Really, how could one stupid little kiss do all of that? Giving up, she got out of bed and padded to her workstation. "Thanks for taking over my bed and not the chair," mumbled Jasmine, as she settled down and turned on her system. She could get some work done if she couldn't get any sleep. She'd been letting her regular work slide. She was beginning to wish she'd never gotten involved in the whole thing. Jasmine found that she couldn't focus on her work either. She kept going back to the employee files that she had acquired and going through them. Using a temp agency for employees was a good idea. She approved of that. It gave you time to get your team together, and you could always retain the ones who showed the most promise. She'd done that a couple of times herself, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something in there. There was probably nothing. But Jasmine thought that it was far more logical that Sanders would have planted somebody using the agency than trying to turn somebody who had been with Malone Enterprises for a while. Being part of the founding team at a satellite office was probably a promotion for most of them. While Sanders might have found a way to get them to spy for him, money could do a lot. She thought it was probably unlikely. It was far easier to get somebody local who didn't like the idea of somebody coming in and buying up property here. To be perfectly honest, Jasmine could empathize with that point of view. If it hadn't been for Aunt Della's staunch endorsement, she might have felt like that too. So Jasmine started digging. It was much easier to do the digging when the employer cooperated, thought Jasmine wryly as she got to work. But he had so many temp employees who had come and gone. The turnover rate was pretty high. Apparently, Anthony expected the best from his people. He also paid much more than the standard rates. If turnover was so high, could they have been reliable spies? She'd have to think about that. She sifted through data and more data until her head started aching and her eyes started watering. But by the time the sun came up, she had a few things. First, of the 22 temps he'd started with, he still had only 12. 10 people had left. 4 had been fired, 6 had quit, and from the 10 new hires, 3 more had quit, and new ones had been hired. Really, he needed to reconsider his people's skills. From Jennifer's reports, and Jasmine was beginning to form some serious respect for that woman. She was as formidably efficient as Aunt Della was. It looked like 2 of them were likely to be sent back to the agency soon, and the rest might be absorbed into Malone Enterprises soon. That was good. Jasmine approved of those numbers. Anthony was serious about hiring local, and it made sense. The reviews for each employee were detailed and precise. Jennifer did not mince words in her reports. She highly recommended 5 of them, 9 were considered very good, and 6 of them were considered above average. Apparently, you wouldn't even get a shot if you were average. Jasmine understood that, too. She handpicked her team carefully. She trusted them completely. Without that trust, she wouldn't have been able to delegate enough to work on this. To be perfectly honest, the delegation annoyed her, but she could do it without worrying. It was pretty clear that Anthony planned to bring one of the people from New York. It looked like the person who was coordinating another of Anthony's teams at the moment into this office to head it soon. He'd have a job on his hands filling Anthony's shoes. But that wasn't Jasmine's problem. The fact that Anthony definitely planned to leave after kissing her out of her mind like that was not Jasmine's problem at all. She was fine with it. It wasn't like they were dating or anything. It had just been a moment. Maybe it had gotten a little out of hand, but it had just been a moment. It obviously wouldn't happen again. But she had a list now of people she needed to focus on. Now she could run probabilities. She liked running probabilities. It was her little baby, that piece of software, and she guarded it jealously. There was so much information about individuals out there voluntarily offered that Jasmine wondered if they realized what they were giving up or how valuable it was, or how it could be used. Soon she had probabilities, from data scraped from publicly available social media profiles and reviews and every other piece of information out there, of people most likely to dislike an outsider coming in and buying land close to home. She tentatively shortened her list to about 7 people, and she sat back. There was a pretty good chance that one of those 7 people had been involved in the spying. Now she needed to check what kind of permissions and access those 7 people had had, and whether they had used any of it, or if they had tried to use more than they should have. She'd have something soon, and while she let that rest, she started on something else, something that was definitely on the other side of illegal. It was possible that Sanders had a hand in the agency itself. The man had his finger in so many pies, it was a wonder he hadn't run out of fingers. But that wouldn't have stopped him anyway. He would just have used somebody else's fingers. She had to do this one carefully. She dug into the company's registration details, and then started from there. She looked into financials, audits, tax reports, quarterly reports, everything she could find. Then she went after the people at the top of the company. A couple of names rang vague bells. It wasn't a publicly traded company or anything, so the information available, at least legally, wasn't that prolific. But Jasmine knew ways around everything. She sat back and cracked her knuckles, stretched her neck, and was about to start when Lucy jumped onto her lap and glared at her. It was only then that Jasmine looked at the time. Oh no! She'd be late yet again if she wanted to go for her run, and she did want to go for her run. Reluctantly, she got to her feet and realized just how stiff she was. I think I might be getting a little too involved in this, Lucy. I don't think I can blame it all on wanting to see Sanders go down either. She wanted to help Anthony. She really wanted to help him. That worried her. She was getting too close to him. She couldn't afford to do that. Jasmine had spent years of her life trying not to get close to people. She knew that many people would consider that a sad way to live, but it wasn't to her. She'd had enough pain in her life without going out of her way to invite more. Getting close to people was inviting pain. They would either disappoint you or they would leave. Or worse, they would die. Anthony would leave. She knew that. It was in his plans. She didn't figure in his plans after he got what he wanted. So she would give him what he wanted as soon as she could, insist on that payment because goodness knew she was putting in the hours, and then she would go on with her life. She would have no regrets. Or at least that's what she told herself. So, what's up with you and Jasmine? Anthony frowned at his best friend, the man he trusted above all else, and the man he wanted to strangle more often than he had ever wanted to strangle anybody, too. A brother. Roger was his brother in all but blood. Nothing's up with us. She's working for me until I sort this out. It happened again today. It was worse this time. Instead of the permit I need, this time there was a forgery. I know I got that permit done. I know because I've been micromanaging too much ever since things started going wrong. But the original was swapped out for a forgery. It's not even a good one. Roger whistled and reached for it. Anthony handed him the paper from the file he had open in front of him. He'd been sitting in front of it for a while now. This is not a very good forgery. It's good enough that most people would pass it at first glance because they don't expect to see a forgery, but it's not really good. Anthony nodded. They were hoping I wouldn't be looking for it. Well, they don't know you very well if they thought you wouldn't. Still, I see why you're concerned. Anthony nodded again. Are you sure Jasmine can handle it? Anthony hesitated, wondering how much he could tell Roger. He was Roger, and still, he compromised. She has personal interests in this. Her Aunt Della. Partly. Henrietta. That was sharp and quick. Anthony looked at his friend in surprise. Really? Rita? Roger didn't have the good grace to look ashamed. He just grinned. She's spectacular, don't you think? I found a few photos when I was looking into Jasmine, which you asked me to do. Jasmine would gouge your eyes out if you hurt her sister, said Anthony with some satisfaction. In his opinion, Roger always had a little too much luck with women. When things looked like they were getting too serious, he'd wiggle his way out, but without any hurt feelings anywhere. It was one of the greatest gifts a man could ever have. Roger was a 38-year-old playboy who did not have a single disgruntled ex. It was a damn miracle. Anthony would laugh if he finally got into trouble over a woman. Not that he wanted Rita to be unhappy, of course. He had a feeling he would pay for it if that happened, too. Trying to explain that Roger's actions did not reflect on him wouldn't help. I wouldn't hurt her. We'd have fun, the two of us. She looked like the kind of woman who knows how to have fun. I wouldn't mind if she offered to show me around town. She looks like she'd know the fun places to go. I bet she would. But if you do that, either Della or Jasmine would mop up the floor with you. So I suggest you keep it in your pants, Roger. Sure. We'll see. But now on to more immediate matters. Do you need me to dig into anybody? Anthony shook his head. Not yet. I should get something from Jasmine soon. She's sending me anything that's flagged. But I need to talk to her. I bet you do. You look like a lovelorn puppy. I didn't think I'd ever see you this way. Anthony frowned. I do not. You do. Mina wouldn't even recognize you now. She did everything she could to get that look on your face when you looked at her. I wonder what Mina would make of Jasmine. Anthony's frown deepened. He hadn't really thought of that. Jasmine is nothing like her. She's not. Is that what appeals to you? No, What did appeal to him? It's almost painful watching you try to figure out logic in matters of the heart. Let it go, Tony. I don't like pain. Now, give me something to do. This is supposed to be my vacation. So far, we've had no excitement at all. I need something rousing. Let's go out and paint the town red. I think somebody's beaten us to that already. Roger guffawed. Call your girl. I'll get her to call Rita. And all four of us can go out and have fun. Maybe just pretend that none of this is happening for a whole day. Come on, Tony. Doesn't that sound like fun? It does not. I worry about you sometimes, Tony. You know what they say about all work and no play. It makes Tony a rich man. Roger laughed again and shrugged. Well, if I can't help you here, and you won't be fun, maybe I'll go and see if I can manage to charm some company. Anthony grinned. I don't think you'd have any trouble with that. I don't remember you ever having trouble with that. But not Henrietta, Roger. Roger just grinned and waved, blowing Anthony a cheeky little kiss before leaving. Anthony settled back down with the folder, and soon he was double-checking and triple-checking every document he could find. He would not let himself be derailed. But he needed to delegate, and for that, he needed to know whom to trust. He needed Jasmine to hurry up. He looked at the phone for a long moment before giving it up impatiently. Not giving up without a fight, Jasmine. You can't have everything your way. Muttering many things along those lines, he followed Roger out of the building. But he knew exactly what company he wanted and where he could find it. He headed to Jasmine's. Was I expecting you? Jasmine didn't open the door completely. The chain was still in place. I don't know. Maybe you should be. Let me in, Jasmine. What's that you've got? A bottle of wine. I assume you have something of Della's to defrost. Jasmine frowned, but she couldn't leave him standing out there. Against her better judgment, she let him in. You've been working. Most of us have to, pointed out Jasmine. Have you made progress? Jasmine sighed a little inwardly. So this was a work visit. And the wine was probably a peace offering. Well, that was what she'd wanted. Wasn't it? It wasn't like she wanted to throw herself at him and offer herself up for more sizzling kisses. It wasn't like that at all. She wasn't disappointed at all. Not even a little bit. I have. Quite a bit. I wanted to ask you something. I realize that it's extra work for you, but... Yes. Could you filter personal communication from it? Once you've confirmed the recipient of the communication, we should be able to rule it out. Jasmine smiled at him approvingly. I can. It's going to be extra work. Not at all, I already did it. The look on Anthony's face made Jasmine giggle like a young girl. You look so funny. Yes, I bet I do. Just for that, we're not eating here. I'm taking you out to dinner. You make that sound like a strange punishment of some sort. It might very well be. We're going to a pub that serves fish and chips. Jasmine giggled again. You know what? I'm up for fish and chips. You might be surprised. Jasmine was the one who was surprised. because Anthony was so at ease at the pub where he should have stuck out like an incredibly sore thumb. But he bought a round and then another, and within half an hour he could probably have run for mayor. The man did have a gift. Well, you've shown me up in my own hometown on my own turf, so I feel like I'm owed some payment. Fair enough. What would you like? Diamonds? Rubies? Silks and satins? Jasmine laughed and shook her head. None of that. I want you to tell me about your life, about how you lived where you grew up. I want to know about your family. I want to know what they're like. I want to know why you decided to build your fortune on real estate. She wanted to know everything about him. She wanted to understand him. Would he find that too intrusive? For a moment she thought he did. But then the frown cleared from his face and he smiled. I suppose that's fair enough. All right. I grew up in Baltimore. Jasmine frowned. What? Sorry, it must be louder than I thought. I heard Baltimore. That's what I said. He slid into it, the accent, the way of talking, and drawled, Baltimore, and nowhere else, honey. Jasmine was stunned into silence. Really? But then why do you need to go to so much trouble to get local people, and why hadn't she gotten even a whiff of that when she dug into him? She hadn't dug as deep as she might have. She hadn't gone as far back as a birth certificate. It hadn't occurred to her. I left when I finished school and got a scholarship to college. I changed my name too. Your name isn't Anthony Malone? It is now. It's the one I chose for myself. I left my past behind. But you're back here now. I chose that too. I'm not here as the boy I used to be. I'm here as the man I made myself into. It's not like I have family to recognize me anyway. You don't have family? None worth remembering. My father drank himself into an early grave, and my mother, well, she was never quite. She never got the help she needed. Mental illnesses weren't understood well even 25 years ago. Things have changed a lot in the last few years, and long may it last. She's not here anymore? I hope she's happier now. I used to believe once upon a time that people died and became angels. My mother told me that. When she was well, she was wonderful. She was full of light. It was as if the darkness couldn't bear it and tried to put it out. Eventually, it succeeded. Jasmine felt like her heart would break for him. But she knew she shouldn't offer pity. He'd knock it aside. Besides, he didn't need it. He had become somebody he could be proud of being. Despite everything, he was a good man, and one who didn't stand on ceremony most of the time. He was competitive, but he also had compassion. She trusted him, realized Jasmine with more than a little shock. She really trusted him. She never trusted people. She needed to pull back. She needed to find that neutral ground again, the place from where she could analyze and turn things around before it got too late. But was it already too late? It was agonizing to realize that she didn't know. She wasn't sure. Surprised. I didn't expect it. Yes, I'm surprised. I ran a long way to get away from my past. And yet you're back here. When had they moved so close to each other? She should have sat across from him. But there had been so many people, it had been easier to slide onto the bench beside him. At least that's what she told herself. I wonder what it was that brought me back. I could have expanded somewhere else. I could have rested on my laurels and my riches. You couldn't. I don't think you're very good at resting. He chuckled a little and leaned closer to her. She could see the dark flecks in his blue eyes now. I guess I'm not. Maybe I came back because I was meant to meet you. I don't believe in such things. But it wasn't the forceful, positive declaration she'd meant it to be. It was nearly a whimper, a sigh. I didn't used to either. And yet, here we are, Jasmine. The question is, where do we go from here? Jasmine felt like she couldn't breathe. There was no air to breathe. He was so close. Too close? Not close enough? Come home with me. She should say no. She knew that. But she didn't. All she did was nod, and both knew what that meant.
Chapter 9. Meow. Jasmine looked around a little wildly. Jasmine? Meow. Don't you hear that? Anthony frowned, but the next meow came right on cue. There. I think it's Leaving Tony bewildered, Jasmine went looking under cars until finally. There you are, honey. There you are. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Come on, then. The cat was tiny. Jasmine had to give up on her pants and crawl half under the car before she could get to the cat. Once she did get to the cat, she hoped really hard that it was friendly and grabbed it. It didn't scratch or bite. It just shrieked. Meow. Sorry, honey. Sorry. I'm really sorry. Look, let me just get out from under here and you won't be so uncomfortable. Don't cry, please. Don't cry, darling. Jasmine managed to wiggle out from under the car and knelt there, cradling the cat who was still screaming blue murder. It was tiny, fitting comfortably in her hands. It was almost skin and bones. Poor thing. Poor baby. You haven't had enough to eat, have you? Are you hungry, sweetheart? Poor little cat. Now that she'd gotten a good look at him, she saw that he was black and white. And, yes, a her again. Jasmine? Jasmine looked up, startled. She'd almost forgotten about Anthony. Oh. Look at her. Isn't she tiny? Anthony smiled. She is. Very tiny and a bit undernourished, I would say. How about we get her to the vet? Jasmine nodded gratefully. She cradled the cat, just a kitten, really, carefully in her lap as they drove. Anthony made no mention of where they were supposed to have been going and what they were supposed to have been doing. Jasmine was grateful for that. He didn't look upset about it at all. But he probably was upset about it, wasn't he? Any man would be. She doesn't look like she's in any real danger, Jasmine. I don't think you need to look so worried. I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry about this. Don't be silly. You have a good heart and you care. Why would you apologize for that? Well, I don't want to hear any more about that. Just make sure that I'm going the right way to the vet's. Jasmine nodded. There's a shortcut there, you can take that left. He nodded and took it, and within 15 minutes, they were at the vet's. I should have called. I didn't think of it. I should have called. It'll be fine. Come on. They went in and were glad when there wasn't much of a wait. Jasmine went up to the receptionist and explained, and the perky young woman with an endless well of cheer, Jasmine didn't know how she managed that when surrounded by animals in distress, asked her to wait. They sat down and Jasmine tried to sort all of it out in her head. She had agreed to go home with him. It's not something that Jasmine did easily or casually. She really couldn't remember the last time she'd done that. And yet, there they were. He had understood the moment she'd found the kitten that she had to try and get him. He hadn't tried to stop her. He hadn't tried to tell her that it was just a stray cat. Your turn, said the receptionist, finally, after about half an hour. Thank you. Thank you so much, really. I can't tell you how grateful we are. The perky blonde smiled and turned it up a notch for Anthony. The annoyance was quick and instinctive. Jasmine marched inside with the kitten without checking if Anthony was following. The vet was kind as ever. Rescued another one, have you? She was under a car and crying so pathetically. I need to know if she's okay. Jasmine put the little kitten on the table, and she arched her back and looked up at her. You look like you're a cat dressed up like Harlequin. The vet chuckled. I suppose she does. Now let's see. A quick exam later, the kitten was pronounced healthy except for a cut on the inside of her hind leg. Oh. She will heal, won't she? Of course she will. Kittens heal better than any animal I know. We sometimes say that if a kitten has broken bones, if you keep them in the same room, it'll mend. Really? That's a hyperbole, but something like that, yes. I can confidently tell you that this girl is going to be just fine. She needs good food and I'd recommend putting her on the special diet for a week or two, but she has no fever and she has no signs of infections. She needs a dewormer and she needs to be vaccinated, but other than that, she's fine. I can give you the dewormer right now, and you can bring her in for her shots in the next few days. Jasmine nodded, dazed. So she's fine. She's fine. She'll be great company for Lucy. Jasmine hadn't really thought that far ahead. She hadn't thought of what she would do after rescuing the kitten. Oh. Okay. You'll need to add a litter box, but other than that, I'm pretty sure you have enough for 2 cats right now. I wasn't. She started weakly and tapered away even more weakly. What was she supposed to do? Take a kitten and then leave it behind? She couldn't do that, could she? That would be cruel. I guess I have 2 cats now. Better than 1. You're well on your way towards being a crazy cat lady. The vet's good-natured teasing made Jasmine swallow hard. Oh. Don't worry about it. I'm a certified crazy dog lady. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. This one doesn't have anything contagious, but I'll still call you after I get the blood work done. Jasmine nodded again, gathered the kitten, Harlequin now, up and walked out, with Anthony, who'd been silent all along, following behind. Hold on, said Anthony, and left her to wait while he darted away. Jasmine tried to reconcile herself to what her life had become. She'd have to tell Rita about it. Rita would never let her live it down. And Aunt Della would start calling her a crazy old cat lady, too. She was really in too deep. Rescuing a cat who had wandered into her apartment was one thing. But going after a cat under a car, crawling under it and getting her nice pants and sweater all dirty, and getting a strange cat to the vet, then taking it home, that was probably a little crazy. She was becoming a crazy old cat lady. Anthony came back, holding a big bag. Let's go and introduce Harlequin to Lucy, shall we? Jasmine nodded. Yes, I guess we should do that. Jasmine held onto the cat all the way home. I bought a cat carrier in case you want to use it. She shook her head. No, I'm fine. We're both fine. He nodded again. Jasmine was startled when he started laughing. It started low and soft, like a rumbling very far away, and got louder and louder until she joined in helplessly. The cat protested, but that only made her laugh harder. Oh, this is funny. Well, this is not what I had in mind when I demanded that you come out for dinner with me. Nothing is ever how I expect it to be with you, Jasmine. You're a strange woman, but I wouldn't change that for all the world. Jasmine smiled. You're a pretty strange man, too, she offered, and they went off into a fit of giggles again. I'll come in. To get you settled, you and Harlequin. No funny business, I promise. Jasmine nodded. She trusted him. It was alarming how much she trusted him now. She hadn't meant to, but it had crept up on her. Well, Ms. Turner, looks like you've gotten yourself another cat. Jasmine grinned. It looks like I have, Luca. She was crying under a car. I couldn't very well just leave her there, could I? I'm sure you couldn't. You be careful with Lucy, though. She doesn't like other cats, that one. Jasmine frowned and shook her head. As long as I introduce them, I'm sure they'll be just fine. But as she got up the stairs and fumbled for her keys, Anthony deftly nipped them out of her hands and opened the door for her. She wasn't too sure. She flicked the light on. Lucy was curled up on her chair, as usual. She stretched and rolled off the chair with that special grace, and came towards Jasmine. Lucy stopped, and arched her back, those wicked claws making a very special appearance. In her arms, Harlequin expressed her displeasure with a hiss, too. Jasmine tried to hold onto the kitten, but there really was no holding on to a kitten who didn't want to be held, so she found the two cats on the floor, stalking each other. Lucy, this is Harlequin. She's going to be our new friend, tried Jasmine desperately. She didn't think that that was what they meant by introduction. Please be nice, Lucy, she begged, and wondered if that was any closer to a proper cat introduction. There was a sharp hiss and a low yowl. Oh no! That's it, let's break it up, muttered Anthony, and grabbed for Harlequin. It was obviously the one thing he shouldn't have done, because it set them off. They looked like a whirling frisbee of fangs and claws, and fur that seemed to be flying in all directions. Oh no! Kittens, stop fighting, pleaded Jasmine, absolutely uselessly. Anthony set his jaw grimly and made the grab again. This time, he swore harshly, cried out loudly, but he got one of the cats. He got Harlequin. Or more precisely, Harlequin got him, because all claws from 4 paws were dug into Anthony's arm, and he looked like he might faint. Her brain finally functioning again, she grabbed the cat carrier and opened it, her trembling fingers fumbling a little too much. But he managed to shove Harlequin in there and close the door. Oh no, you're bleeding. Anthony's mouth was set grimly, and he looked like he was pleased that Jasmine was finally paying attention to his heroics, but she was talking to Lucy. Why would you do that, Lucy? Why? She's our friend. She's going to be our friend. You can't act like that towards our friend, it's incredibly rude, Lucy. Come on now, you owe us all an apology. But let me take care of that for you. Let me get the first aid kit. Jasmine was trembling, but she made it to the cupboard and got the kit. Carefully, she checked the cat and saw that there was only one mark, and it wasn't a bite mark. Well, that's not much. You're making a fine fuss over nothing much, aren't you? Lucy meowed pathetically. No, don't you do that. Could I perhaps have the first aid kit? Jasmine looked at Anthony, dazed, and realized what she'd done. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Tony. Here, let me take care of that, come on. She got to work, washing and cleaning his wounds, and gently applying the antiseptic cream. There, we're fine now. I'm sorry, did that hurt? Yes, it hurt, he told her through gritted teeth and glared at her. Sorry. Sorry about that. Well, I think that's it. You should feel better soon. I am sorry, Tony. He looked a little mollified. What are you going to do about the cats now? I don't suppose you'd like Harlequin? He just stared at her. No, I didn't suppose you would. I was just checking, you know. Just in case. You never know for sure until you ask, right? I didn't want to assume until I asked. Now I need to check Harlequin. Slowly, warily, she took the black and white kitten out of the carrier and checked her, too. You got a scratch, too, but that's it. Well, I suppose that fight looked a lot worse than it really was. The two of you did more damage to poor Tony than you did to each other. Here, let me clean you up. Feeling like an expert, Jasmine cleaned Harlequin up, too, and looked at Lucy warily. If either of you try it now, I will kick both of you, and hard. I'm going to put Harlequin down. That's quite a mouthful, I should call you Harley. Or Quinn. I think Quinn suits you better. Here, we have 2 bowls here, one over here, and one over here. Now I've got cat food. Your nice dinner. If you're nice, you'll have your dinner. Let's see, some in here, and some in here. Talking to soothe herself and the cats, she put down the offering of food, and slowly and carefully, far away from Lucy, she said Harlequin, Quinn now, down. Holding her breath, she waited. If they try to kill each other now, I'm just going to let them. She couldn't blame him for that. If she'd just gotten scratched up like that, she would have felt that way, too. Look, they're not fighting. They're checking each other out. Miraculously, they were checking each other out, and without any signs of overt animosity. They like each other now. Fickle creatures, muttered Anthony. Jasmine grinned, but she was trembling from relief now. They're going to be friends, Tony. Isn't that amazing? They're both going to be friends with each other after all. I thought it wouldn't happen. Look at them. She heard the dippy pride in her voice, but she couldn't stop it. She was proud. She did feel like a proud mama. She looked at Anthony, and she saw the reluctant affection on his face, too. Who was this man? She knew next to nothing about him. And she didn't want to dig into him. She didn't want to find out without him telling her about it. She didn't want to dig and make him feel bad. She'd never felt like this about a man before, and it frankly terrified her. She had nearly gone home with him, and that terrified her, too. Maybe Quinn had saved her from getting in too deep. But who was she trying to fool? She already was in too deep. She was already in far too deep, and she didn't think she'd be able to get out, not anymore. What had she gotten herself into? I think they'll be fine now. Jasmine nodded. Anthony smiled at her. I can see that brain of yours going a mile a minute. Give it a rest for a few minutes. I won't push you now, I promise. But I won't just go away, Jasmine. Not until you get what I want. Anthony went still. Is that what you're worried about? I don't know. I don't know what I'm worried about. We're supposed to be working together. That's supposed to be all we're doing. But we're getting involved. I don't know how to handle that. You're a beautiful woman, Jasmine. And an intriguing one. You can't be surprised that I want you. She drew a deep, shuddering breath. I don't get close to people, Anthony. I don't let people get close. I don't let anything or anybody get close. I have Aunt Della, and I have Rita. That's all I need. That's all I can let myself need. If you get close to people, if you let them get close to you, either you hurt them or they hurt you. It's in our nature, I think. I don't think we can help it. We can't do much about it. People are disappointments and constantly disappointed. That's why I prefer computers. They're predictable. They do what you want them to do, as long as you know how to ask them right. Now I have 2 cats, and I don't know what to do. Anthony nodded slowly. I see. You don't want anything to do with me. I don't want to have anything to do with you. That's a different thing altogether. I don't know what to do about any of this. I don't know how to deal with any of this. But I have to find out, I have to figure out a way somehow, and it terrifies me. It terrifies me, Tony. It was the first time she had admitted that, said it out loud, and now that she had, it filled the room. Her fear filled everything. What are you trying to tell me to do? I don't know. I don't know what I want you to do. I don't know what I need myself to do either. But I think we need to slow down, one way or another. I think we need to take a break. We need to work together, and only work together, for a while, Tony. She couldn't really believe the words tumbling out of her mouth. Was that what she wanted? He had been so sweet, and so helpful. He had done everything she could have asked for. He had done more than that. It had been a wonderful evening, and if it hadn't been for Quinn, she knew where she would be right at that moment. Instead, there she was, standing there and facing a man who was better than most men, and telling him that she needed him to leave her alone. What was wrong with her, indeed? If that's what you want, said Anthony stiffly, and he turned away from her. Was it possible to see hurt in the line of somebody's shoulders? She imagined she could. It was too late. She watched Anthony walk away and realized that it was too late. She had wanted to avoid getting hurt and causing hurt. She had wanted that because she'd been a coward. She was a coward. But instead, she had caused hurt. She watched as Anthony opened the door, walked out, and let it close behind him. Let him go, she told herself, and anyway, she couldn't have stopped him. It felt as if her legs had stopped listening to her brain. She couldn't move anyway. Let him go. It was better that way. She would finish whatever was left of the project, and that would be that. He would be out of her life. He would be Aunt Della's employer, and that would be it. He wouldn't be a part of her life. Soon, he would leave and go back to New York, too. That wasn't where she belonged. Jasmine thought back to all the beautiful women she had seen on his arm in all those paparazzi photos. She could never compare to any of them. She could never compete with any of them. She didn't want to either. Comfort, she needed comfort. There was only one place where she knew she could find comfort, for sure. She could forget about everything else, and let herself be buried in the problem. There, she knew her way. She knew the twists and turns, she knew how to get through walls and find doors, build doors and windows where there were none. She knew how to make the code do what she wanted it to do. She knew what to do there. She wasn't incompetent there. Frustrated, Jasmine strode over to her workstation and sat down. She covered her face with her hands for one long moment before taking a deep breath to steady herself. And then she started. This time, she didn't ask questions. She just went by feel, looking in directions that her instincts told her needed looking. She went deeper into the temp agency and found the trail she had missed before. How had she missed it before? She'd been distracted, too distracted. She'd let her work suffer because her attention had wandered. It wouldn't happen again. The trail was there now. It was barely breadcrumbs, but she could follow it because she was that good. She could follow it. Slowly, steadily, she followed the money to what she immediately recognized as a shell company. She went from there, stalking with the patience of a predator, and found another shell company. She was sure that they weren't paying any taxes. But even for tax avoidance, this was elaborate. Far too elaborate. She followed, steadily, stealthily, without leaving a trace behind because she was that good. Finally, after going through 4 false ends, she reached the real end of the trail. There she had it. She had it in front of her. Richard Sanders had funneled money into that temp agency. There was her connection, solid and real.
Chapter 10. Saturday, a day to relax and let herself forget about all the things she had been worrying about. A day to do things she wanted to do. She could play with her cats. She could buy them toys they would completely ignore. She could go out for a movie or drag Rita out for a long and indulgent brunch. Jasmine had tossed and turned all night, wondering what she should do. What could she do? Now she had proof. Well, proof enough to satisfy her. Nothing she dug up would stand in court. But she didn't care about that, not at the moment. Maybe the time for that would come, but for the moment she had more to worry about. She had to send a report to Anthony. She had to let him know what she had found. But they had parted so strangely. She didn't think she could call him anymore. Her head was spinning. She'd been up most of the night, and then it hadn't made sense to go to bed. She'd had coffee and gone for her run. Lucy and Quinn were still getting along together, for which she was grateful. There were no more fights. She hoped that Anthony's hand was fine. That arm had been scratched up pretty badly. Richard Sanders. She'd done everything she could to put him behind her, in the past. She'd never pressed charges against him because she had had no evidence, and one mugged black girl didn't make much difference to the police. She'd just gotten herself put back together, and she had gone on. She knew, in her head she knew that Sanders was not the reason why her parents had died. But for all these years, he had been the ogre in her life. She had blamed him for all that had gone wrong. That hadn't been fair. He was a very rich and powerful man. Now she had the chance to use another rich and powerful man to take him out. A richer, more powerful man. But the thought of using Anthony like that was distasteful to her. She didn't want to do it. She didn't want to reduce what they had to something so utilitarian and cold. They didn't have anything anymore. The sooner she got used to that, the better. There was no point building castles in the air. They weren't going to live happily ever after. There was no ever after. She was spiraling down. She could feel it. Even the cats could feel it. Lucy had stayed on her feet all night. The run hadn't given her the rush it usually did either. She hadn't been able to get anything done the way she wanted to. They needed to figure it out. She needed to figure it out. But she needed time too. She needed Rita. Sometimes, a girl just needed her sister. Even Jasmine, who had lived her life trying not to need anybody, knew when to give in. So she did. 2 cats. Jasmine grinned at Rita. She'd done the right thing by calling her sister. What do you think? I think you have 2 cats. And Anthony Malone helped you with the second one. And separated a fight. I'd never before seen anybody mad enough to wade into a middle of a cat fight. I suppose they're my cats now, but I would just have let them duke it out, to be quite honest. That would be the sane response, agreed Rita, and resumed surveying the 2 cats who were batting a ball along. I suppose they're entertaining when Netflix isn't working well. Jasmine nodded. That's one way of looking at it. Jazz, you need to talk to me. Jasmine wrinkled up her face and considered. I think not. No, seriously. I can't be there for you unless I know what's going on. I know the basics, but, well, I need to know the whole story. Or at least some of it. Enough of it to know what's going on, Jazz. You've been upset and keyed up for days now. Ever since Mama got you into this mess. Tell me what the hell is really going on. Jasmine knew she shouldn't, but she had to talk to somebody, and she'd driven away the only person she really could talk to. And Rita was there. She was always there. She really needed somebody to remind her that love didn't always mean loss. So she took a deep breath and started. By the time she was done, Rita looked like she had, for once, been rendered speechless. It did make Jasmine grin, though she felt completely drained. So you've pretty much confirmed it. You've got the proof you needed. You know it's him now. You know it's Ruthless Rick now. I do. But don't call him that. It makes him sound like a supervillain or something, and that's too much power. Call him Sanders. Like the fried chicken guy. Rita chuckled. All right, if you insist. And how do you feel about this? You made sure you stayed out of his way for years, Jazz. Do you want to be back in it now? It was one thing when Anthony Malone hired you to do some digging in the dark. You know how to do that without getting caught, we all know that. But now everybody knows that the 2 of you are dating. Jasmine sat up straight. What? Who said that? We're not dating. Give it up, Jazz. You told me last time that you liked him. I did no such thing. You didn't deny it honestly. I know your tells. You can't lie to me, remember? You like this guy more than you've liked anybody else. Much more than you liked Ron, and he was a good guy. I thought you might actually marry him. I couldn't. I know, agreed Rita. You didn't love him. Do you love Malone? Jasmine hesitated, and that hesitation told Rita all that she needed to know. Well, you've got to tell him, then. At least you can be sure that he'll have your back this time. Will he, though? He's going to go back to New York. That's his home, Rita. He's only here to set up a satellite office. This is nothing compared to his operations there. Sanders is big in Maryland, but once Tony gets the advantage here, he won't need to stay. He'll go back home. Are you sure? Did you ask him about that? Did you tell him that you love him? I don't. All right, if you're not up to facing it, then I suppose you're not, though cowardice is not usually your way, Jazz. And I'm worried about more than that. You're getting deep into this. It sounds like you broke quite a few laws to get the information you did. How many databases were those that you're not supposed to have access to? Jasmine shrugged. I covered what tracks I made. I made very few. I'm good at this, Rita. I don't have to worry about that. But you know that you have to worry about Sanders. He's going to know that you're involved. He's going to come after you one way or another. Last time, he threatened to ruin Mama. Jasmine knew that. I know. I've been careful. This might. What if it gets back to you? I am worried. I kind of hope that as long as Aunt Della is working for Malone Enterprises, things will be fine. But I don't know. I don't know what to do. Do I just get Aunt Della to quit and tell Tony that I couldn't find any proof? Because I have the proof and haven't sent it to him. I could just tell him that I believe the temp agency is responsible and tell him to not use them. And all those people won't get those permanent jobs. They could if they let Tony vet them. There are two ways Sanders works. He uses blackmail or he pays. He used blackmail on you. What? Rita laughed, but it was a bleak sound. Did you think I didn't know? You helped him get that powerful. Not because you wanted to, but because he threatened Aunt Della. You know how he operates because he made you do it for him. He made you work for him. And there it was, Jasmine's greatest and most secret shame. I didn't know that you knew. I didn't need proof. I knew because you were miserable, and you wouldn't tell me why. It was a long time ago. I mean, compared to what I can do now, it was really nothing. I know that, but I know what it cost you to do it for him, too. And I know that you feel like you have to make amends. You don't. Don't do anything for me or for Malone or for Mama. Do what you need to do. Do what's best for you. It was wise advice from Rita, but Jasmine didn't know how to do it. She didn't know what was best for her. I'll be fine. I'll handle it. Don't worry about it. Of course I'll worry about you, Jazz. That's what sisters do. If you want to go after him and bring him down, I'll be there for you. Now, are you ready for an afternoon of pure indulgence? Why are we going there again? Roger sounded far too smug. Because she didn't send me the entire report this morning. And you know this how? I know it. So shut up and come with me. I've never known you to need a bodyguard before, Tony. You haven't seen what those cats can do. I see the bandages. So, your Jasmine fixed you up, did she? She is not my Jasmine. You've got it bad, my friend. You've got it real bad. Anthony gave up. There was no point. I wonder if Henrietta is with Jasmine. Please don't go there, Roger. Don't even fucking go there. Hey, she's an adult. I'm an adult. Neither of us is involved with anybody else. If we want to, we can go anywhere we please, don't you think? I give up. Wise choice. Roger. I said wise choice. Fine. They drove in silence until they got to Jasmine's apartment. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock when the door opened. It wasn't Jasmine. Henrietta. What a lovely surprise. You haven't met me, but I'm Roger Vickley. I am delighted to make your acquaintance. You are. Anthony sighed. Jasmine was going to kick him. He recognized the look on Rita's face. He'd seen it before. He'd seen it so many times. I am indeed. Tell me, what are you doing for dinner? Because I know what I'd like to be doing for dinner. Hey Jasmine, you look good. A little tired. Did you two girls stay up all night? Jasmine ignored Roger completely. Her eyes were on Anthony, but he couldn't read her. It was disconcerting. He was used to being able to read people. Tony, I wasn't expecting you. I needed. He couldn't remember just what he needed. Come in. Have a seat. I'm afraid things are a little messy. Look, Lucy and Quinn are friends now. Is your hand okay? Are your scratches fine? Did you check them today? Worried about me? Of course. The cats are not vaccinated. She deadpanned. I'm touched by your concern. We need to talk. She nodded. Alone. She frowned. I'm not leaving my sister alone with him. I'm sure your sister can handle herself. Please, Jasmine. This was not a man who was used to saying please. Jasmine sighed and nodded. We're going for a walk, Rita. Roger, behave or I'll know the reason why. Yes, ma'am. She didn't trust him an inch, but he was a charmer, and he was Anthony's friend, so she nodded. Come on. She grabbed a coat and a scarf, and she set off without waiting to see if he was following. Jasmine was tried to figuring all of it out on her own. She was tired of having to make all the decisions. If Sanders found out that she was the one who'd given Anthony the information, well then, let him. She couldn't do much about it, not anymore. She didn't even want to do anything about it anymore. She was done. Hey, slow down. Sorry. We can go to the park. The park? Is that wise? It's afternoon. Should be fine. It gets dangerous after dark. He nodded. Besides, went on Jasmine. Nobody in their right mind would go there now. We can talk. Anthony grinned and nodded. Jasmine wished she could take away the distance she had put between them. But she had to keep it there. It was the only way she could be safe. She couldn't risk everything. She had just made up her mind to risk so much. She couldn't risk her heart as well. She ignored the little voice that told her that it was far too late for such considerations. She wouldn't believe that. She couldn't believe that. She could protect her heart. She would. She walked until she got to a bench that looked like it might not give them an infection, and sat down. All right. What did you want to talk to me about? She figured she might as well get what he had to say first. There was a forgery. What? You didn't tell me about it. I was coming to tell you about it now. There was a forgery. This is the document that was forged. I've sent you the soft copy, the original one, and the forged one. The original one is from my personal email. The forged one is the one from our network. Every copy on the network was changed. Quickly, Jasmine pulled up her email. It's not an excellent forgery. It's just good enough to maybe pass if you're busy. He nodded. It was meant to be caught. Just not by me. They're underestimating you. I wonder why they're underestimating you. Nobody except Della knows that I suspect anything's off. Della and Roger and Jennifer. Everybody else thinks it's business as usual. But this is sloppier than it was before. See here? The older forgery was better. It still wouldn't have passed muster, but it was difficult for me to spot it. Jasmine looked at it closely and nodded. The work was getting sloppier. So the spy was getting sloppier. Why? Jasmine frowned and looked at the two documents again, comparing it carefully. Could it be? Maybe she was making too much of it. She couldn't really tell. What is it? She should have known that he would catch on. It looks like. See here the date that was changed in the first one. And look at this curve here. It looks different. You think two different people did this? Jasmine frowned. I can't really tell, but I would consider that a possibility. Why would there be two people doing it? Why would there be two spies? Jasmine shook her head. She had no answers to those questions either. It didn't make much sense to her. Maybe in case one was caught? She suggested, but the real reason occurred to her quickly enough. Because the original one might have gotten fired. She whispered. What? I found something too. I didn't tell you. What did you find? Jasmine looked away for a moment before telling herself that she had made up her mind. I need you to promise me something first. Tell me, Jasmine. She ignored that. I need you to promise me that you will use whatever you have, do whatever you need to, to make sure that my sister and my aunt are protected no matter what. No matter what comes to light, no matter what kind of ruthlessness Sanders might plan, I want to be sure that Rita and Aunt Della will be safe. Not just physically safe. I need them to be safe from any kind of potential retribution. She looked at him steadily and waited. It was a lot to ask. She knew that, but she had to ask it. Without that promise, she wouldn't be able to help. Without it, she wouldn't help. I will do everything in my power. She shook her head. Your power has to be enough. Unless you can give me that assurance, I'm out from here. I've given you my opinion, that it's the temp agency and that you need to find another one. The rest of it will only come to you if you give me that promise. He looked like he had grown older in the last few minutes. Why was that? But he nodded. I promise. It wasn't a promise made lightly. She didn't think that Anthony Malone had ever made a promise lightly in his life. She suspected that he rarely made promises at all. But she knew that once he'd made them, she could expect him to honor them. So she chose to trust him, and she took a deep breath, nodding. She felt shaky. But she could do this. She would do this. I have the proof you need to be sure that the temp agency is a Sanders company. Everything went still. What? He's not just using somebody who worked there. The company belongs to him. Most of it does anyway. I followed trails and shadows of trails, and it was buried pretty deep, but I found it, finally. It was set up with what I think is laundered money. It's his, and I think he uses it to sabotage his competitors pretty often. I looked up the companies that got temps from that agency. Whenever his rivals or anybody who was causing him any trouble used that agency, things went wrong. There was a fire in a building that he wanted to buy. The building had 2 offices that were still occupied. One had 2 employees from this agency. There's another that went bankrupt. I think that was personal. It looked like the owner of that business was his 3rd wife's boyfriend. Anthony's face looked like it had been carved from granite. She'd never seen him look so unmoving and so intimidating. You have proof of this? I have proof that he owns the business. I have proof of connection between him and the people who used this agency and who mysteriously had to deal with all kinds of terrible misfortune. I can't call it conclusive, and I would agree that it is circumstantial, but it's happening to you too. It's not just undercutting your bids and hiring your preferred contractors and making them sign non-compete contracts. He has done that before, by the way. And he has destroyed contractors that he didn't like by doing that too. He pretends to make nice and then destroys them. He's an evil man, Tony. He has no empathy. He doesn't care about how his games affect real people. You're probably the biggest adversary he's ever taken on, and so far it doesn't look like there's anything personal there. But as soon as he figures out that I'm working for you, and he'll already know that Aunt Della is working for you, it will become personal. I don't want you to be hurt. I don't want you to get caught in this. I don't want my sister and my aunt to get caught in this. And what about you? How do you feel about getting caught in the middle of all this after you spent a decade and a half distancing yourself from him in every way? Jasmine sighed and let herself sag a little bit. She was exhausted. Maybe there were some things that even a sister's unconditional support could fix for you. She wanted things to go back to how they were. She'd been right. Life was easier without attachments. Easier isn't always better. She reminded herself, and made herself sit up straight again. I walked into this with my eyes open. I will stick till the end. But I'm not going to watch the people I love buried under apparently unrelated misfortune. Anthony nodded. They won't. I give you my word, Jasmine. And you're right, I don't give my word lightly. I give it to you now freely. You won't pay for this, and neither will your family. Jasmine looked at him, and despite everything, despite knowing that he was handicapped by the fact that he had morals and principles when Sanders had none, she was glad. She believed him. So she let everything go, and tired, let herself lean her head on his shoulder. He wrapped an arm around her and they sat in silence for a while. Neither of them saw the flash or heard the muted clicking of the camera.
Chapter 11. Jasmine was determined to enjoy her Sunday as much as she could. She was determined because she had made up her mind about how she was going to spend the evening and probably the night. Anthony, Roger, Rita, and she had had a surprisingly good Saturday evening, determinedly not talking about any of the things that worried them. They had even fit in some karaoke. Roger had a very pleasant baritone and absolutely no diffidence of any sort. He'd given everything a go, from umbrella to singing in the rain. Rita was a goner. Jasmine could see that. Well, she would just have to keep a close eye on Roger, that was all. Well, it's nice to have my girls over again. You have us over every Sunday, Mama. Not last Sunday. Sorry, Aunt Della. Jasmine hadn't come by last Sunday. She'd been too wrapped up in her work. She'd been having to pull double shifts, for all intents and purposes. She was working 2 full-time jobs, or so it seemed. It's all right, baby. I've been seeing you more often now that you drop by work. How is all that going? Jasmine smiled and shook her head. You're not pumping me about that, Aunt Della. I can't tell you. Your boss made me sign confidentiality agreements. In plural. Well, he knows how to run his business, that's for sure. He's a good man, Jasmine. He's watching out for us, you know. He'd better be, considering the mess he's dragged us into. He is watching out especially for you. Jasmine shook her head. Don't even go there, Aunt Della. That is over before it starts. It's not going to start. It never will. He asked me to make my tuna casserole and send it with you this time because he's coming by tomorrow evening. I think that was supposed to be a surprise, Mama, piped up Rita. Nonsense, my girl. A woman needs a heads up. She needs to look casually good when her man drops by. He's not my man, Aunt Della. That's true. Why, Roger dropped by yesterday when I hadn't even had my hair done and I was so embarrassed. That Roger Vickley boy, he's a bit smooth for his own good. You didn't like him, Aunt Della? Jasmine was hopeful. No, I liked him just fine. He needs a strong and firm woman to keep him in line, that's all. I'm not sure you can do that, Rita. Jasmine sighed. Can we please not? Anyway, I heard that Uncle Thomas might be back in town next week. That was usually enough to shut Aunt Della up. Rita shook her head frantically. Bringing up Uncle Thomas could go 2 ways, bonding over how men sucked, or wounded recriminations. You 2 girls are getting chances with lovely young men who are nothing like that old hound who packed his bags and left as soon as things got tough. If you want somebody to stick around when things are tough, you should get yourself a woman, not no damn man. Rita and Jasmine giggled. Aunt Della had had her 3 glasses of wine. She was in fine form now. Do you think we should turn lesbian? I thought those fake conversion therapy things advertised the other way. We should start a conversion therapy camp, too. We can turn straight people gay, and then they don't have to deal with any of that drama. As if there's no gay drama, remarked Aunt Della. Jasmine was delighted. This was Aunt Della really letting go. At least we'd know, right? I'm pretty sure it would be easier to live with a woman than with a man. So you are considering it, Jazz? Jasmine glared at Rita. Should we be getting back, don't you think? It's late afternoon. I should get some more work in. Somebody's got a hot date, teased Rita. I do not. Jasmine was relieved when her godmother and her sister started their usual squabble about the food. She was perfectly aware that Aunt Della had packed more for her than usual. She'd packed for 2. That would probably last her 3 weeks. Maybe she should give some of the food away. She wouldn't have room in her freezer at this rate. But then if Roger and Rita made a habit of dropping by, it would. "Ah, you're dreaming of Anthony. He's a good man, Jasmine. I worry about you. He understands you, you know. I think you understand him, too. You should give it a chance before telling me that it will never happen and all those things. Why can't you give it a chance?" Jasmine considered making a joke and shrugging it off, but she decided against it. Instead, she told Aunt Della the truth. "Because he will leave, Aunt Della. I can't risk that." Having successfully destroyed the mood, she helped Rita pack her car and then packed her own. By the time she drove off, she was wired with anticipation. She was done playing. She was going to do it. She was going to get it done. She should have known, really, from the beginning. There was only one way the whole thing was going to be over. She'd have to get her hands dirty and have no regrets. If that meant that she'd have to use herself as bait, well then, she would do it. It wasn't as if she hadn't done that before to keep her aunt and her sister safe. She had done it before, and she would do it again. She'd made her choice. She was at peace with it. She was going to ignore all of Anthony's instructions and go after Sanders. She was going to dig, and she wasn't going to be subtle about it. If he was going to go after anybody, it was going to be her. Not Aunt Della, and not Rita. And not, she thought in despair, Tony. Because she couldn't let him get hurt, either. She couldn't. Because she was in love with him. To what do I owe this pleasure, Sanders? Anthony's tone made it very clear that it wasn't a pleasure. Still, he had no proof, no real proof, yet. He could prove that Sanders had rather more diverse business ventures than he let on, but that wasn't illegal. He couldn't do anything with that. So he'd play the game. Anthony Malone. I wondered when you'd come back home. Anthony didn't let surprise show. He didn't let anything show, except a lazy smile. He hated the sight of this man who he was now growing to detest in his home. He sat on the couch as if he owned it. His hair was dark, but it wouldn't be without liberal help from a bottle. The eyes were green, but the pale and slightly watery green that made you think of allergies. Anthony knew that at one time he'd been fit, but he wasn't fit any longer. Gout, at least, was a problem that had made it to the tabloids despite efforts to keep it out. He wasn't just running to fat, but he was already there. Maybe being a little more ruthless with himself was what the man needed. Doing well in Baltimore so far, from all that I've gathered. How's that lovely receptionist of yours? Della Simone. I remember her. She used to be a very sweet thing indeed. Sanders was over 60. Della was older. Anthony would not let himself be blindsided by anything this man said. Nothing he said would matter, and that young goddaughter of hers. What's her name? Ah, you're not going to tell me, are you? Don't worry, I'm not going to forget. The wheezing laughter made Anthony's skin crawl. Ah yes, of course. Jasmine Turner. It's a good name for her. She was fresh as a sweet jasmine when I first got to know her. Yes, I suppose she was. Not quite so fresh after I was done with her, of course. It is a pity that children have to pay for the sins of their fathers, but money is money, as I'm sure you know. We have to be ruthless in business. I know, it's become my name. But I don't really think I'm that ruthless. I just believe in numbers. The numbers must balance, Malone. That's how we get rich, when we find the balance, and we figure out how to tip it in our favor. Oh, don't look like that. You had nothing when you left here. Just a scholarship. Then you went to college, and you made it from there, didn't you? You didn't have a godfather or backing. You worked to get what you have. You've done well, Malone. If I'd known back before you left Baltimore, I would have given you a seat at my table. You would have done well with me. I've done well enough without you, Sanders. That flicker of annoyance when he didn't give Sanders the respect he thought he was owed, Anthony saw it. So the man was not as confident as he wanted to make it seem. Something had gotten him worked up enough to pay him a visit. What could he gain from it? Mind games, of course. He hoped to intimidate him. Well, Sanders would find out that Anthony Malone was not easily frightened or awed. And he wouldn't forgive. To be honest, he understood corporate espionage. It was a dirty business, but it was done. It was his job to protect his empire. And he would. No, the animosity he felt, the visceral hatred he felt, that urge to pound his fist into that red face until that smug look was wiped away, that was because he knew of this man's history with Jasmine. Hearing Jasmine being spoken of by him, in any way at all, made Anthony want to bellow in rage. No, he would not let Sanders see any of that. It would be considered a weakness. He would not give this man any of his weaknesses. And he had to remember his promise. He had promised to protect them. Jasmine had not asked for protection for herself, but he would give that, too. He would give nothing away. Well enough, I suppose. Now, Malone, why did you come to Baltimore? This is my turf. You know that. You have your playground, and I have mine. That's how it works. There used to be respect in these decisions. Ah, that whine, something had Sanders with his confidence shaken. There's plenty of land here for both of us. I'm not going after your properties. But all of this is potentially my property. And I've been told that your little girlfriend has been up to her old tricks. I know about her tricks, you see. I know because when she learned, I had her use them for me. It was great fun. I would mention Della, or Rita, and suddenly little Jasmine would do whatever I wanted. Sometimes I wonder if I asked enough. Not even a flicker. Not even a flicker showed what Anthony felt. The rage would have to come out later, but for now, it was contained. Sealed. We have different ways of operating, I suppose. Della is my receptionist. And my admin here, too. She is capable and competent. And she knows the community. I'm afraid whatever your sources have told you about her niece might be a little off base. I see her socially occasionally. Come now, Malone, you disappoint me now. We men, we should know when to drop the games and lay our cards on the table, yes? That's how we do business. I'm here to do business with you, with an offer you simply can't resist. Or refuse. That wheezing laughter again. Could I get you a glass of water, Sanders? A good cognac, maybe. Yes, I would like that. Pour me a cognac, Malone. A little quirk of his eyebrow to show that he was amused by the performance, and kidding him along. Yes, that annoyed Sanders. His lips tightened. The ruddy hue of his face was getting noticeably ruddier. Anthony was beginning to wonder if the man might have a heart attack and keel over right there. That would be a far bigger mess than he was inclined to deal with. Of course. I'm sure I can remember my roots and respect the tradition of hospitality in Baltimore. There had been none when he'd left. But it sounded dismissive enough. Anthony took his time, pouring 3 generous fingers of cognac, and he poured himself a scotch. He preferred whiskey. He had never understood the pretensions involved in drinking brandy. Maybe it was because he was not of the stock that Sanders was from. That was what the man had been trying to show him. As long as he didn't let on that he'd heard and noticed the insinuations, it wouldn't work. Anthony placed the drink in front of Sanders and sat back in his chair. "To Baltimore," he said, raising his glass, and waited until Sanders had no choice but to follow suit. He sipped and set it aside. He wouldn't have more. He needed to be sharp. Sanders seemed to have no such considerations. "Now, Malone, let me tell you, quite frankly, why I'm here." "I'm listening." "I know that you've had your little girlfriend digging. I know how good she is. Tell her to stop, or I'll make her life miserable. I can do it, in 1,000 ways, for years and years. You will go back to New York, and you will go back to your life. You will leave her behind. No matter what arrangements you try to make, this is my turf. I can get to whoever I want on my turf." "Are you trying to tell me that you're threatened?" It was an effort to sound amused, but he managed it. Sanders chortled again. "Oh, you are amusing. There's a part of me that wishes you would stay. It would have been fun to play with you. But no, Malone. I don't like being inconvenienced. This is inconveniencing me. That is all there is. Cut ties with Jasmine Turner and the Simones. If you want them to live in peace, cut ties with them immediately." Sanders didn't wait for a reply. He tossed the brandy back and got to his feet. The bodyguard, or driver, or whoever it was who'd been standing by the door opened it and ushered Sanders out. Anthony didn't get up, or go after him. He waited until the door closed, and drank the rest of the whiskey. His hands didn't tremble, but that took effort, too. Jasmine, he had threatened Jasmine. That vindictive man had threatened Jasmine. He had promised to protect her family. He needed to protect her. He needed to do whatever he had to do to protect them all. Jasmine sat back. It was 6 a.m. and she had worked through the night. She'd opened her energy drinks, but she hadn't needed them. The work had energized her. Her blood was pumping. Exhilaration whipped through her. She'd done it. She'd cracked it. She'd gotten through. She had found who the mole was, and she knew why they were the mole. She knew what was in it for them. She knew why Sanders had picked them. She had enough to squeeze them now, if she wanted to. Or better, she would turn over what she had to Anthony and they would do it together. No more secrets between them. Jasmine was done with secrets. They'd done enough damage. She was done living in fear. She was only now beginning to realize how much Sanders had taken from her. The death of her parents had been harsh. How Thomas had left Aunt Della a year after she'd taken Jasmine and had been harsh, too. But Jasmine had never felt like a burden to Aunt Della, or unwanted to Rita. She had always known that she was loved. She'd been loved as a child, and even after she'd lost her parents, she had been loved. All her life, she had blamed her reluctance to make connections on the death of her parents. But that wasn't all it was. Sanders had done that. Sanders had used her love for her family and twisted it into fear. She'd allowed that despicable man to have such a hold over her, to influence her life so heavily. Her heart wept as she thought of all the joy she might have had. Well, it was over. He would no longer have that power over her. She would live, and she would love. She would love her family. She would love her 2 silly cats who were chasing a toilet paper roll. And she would love Anthony Malone. No longer would she live in fear. She would grab life with both hands, and she would go on. Now she would go for a run, then she would come back and have coffee that she really didn't think she needed, and she would go and see Anthony before she went to work. She would see him and tell him everything. This would be over, and then they would start. If things didn't work out, it wouldn't be because she was too afraid to put everything she had into it. If he had to go back to New York, she would go with him. If he wanted her to, she would go with him. She was a coder. She could find jobs. There were always jobs. But she would not stand on the sidelines, too afraid to take chances, too afraid to live. She would no longer do that. This was done. There would be a new beginning, and she would end this one on her own terms. Jasmine had just gotten out of her shower when her doorbell rang. Wrapped in her thick robe, she hurried to the door. It could have been worse timing. At least she'd had time to get out of the shower. She opened the door and smiled, delighted and happy, to see Anthony standing at the door. "Tony!" "Jasmine, good, you're home. We need to talk." "Okay. I was going to come by your office, actually." "Did something else go wrong?" He looked so good. She wanted to reach for him and kiss him again. They'd grown so close. She knew now that she loved him. And she had only kissed him that once. Maybe later, after he came for dinner. Maybe this time, he could stay the night. "No, nothing else has gone wrong. I'm sorry, Jasmine, but this isn't working out." She frowned. "What isn't working out?" "These games you play, the way you withhold information from me when you want to, none of this is working for me. This isn't how I conduct my personal affairs. You push me away, and you're far too prickly for me to get close to you. I'm afraid this is the end of it." "This is the end of what?" asked Jasmine, completely bewildered. "Well, I suppose there's really not that much to end. A few dates, a few dinners, it doesn't mean that much." Didn't mean that much? It had meant everything to her. The time she had spent with him had meant everything to her. She loved him. She had fallen in love with him over Chinese takeout full of seafood, over walks in the gentle drizzle, over shared laughter and honest moments when they had both slowly let go of the past and let each other in. At least, she had. Had she misread everything with him? Had she been so inexperienced that she had read too much into it all? No, he had told her that he wanted her. And even now, when he looked at her, she saw regret. She saw regret in those blue eyes. "Tony, what's going on?" "I don't understand." Jasmine didn't realize that she was trembling. "It's quite simple, Jasmine. It's over. You're fired. I won't be seeing you again. But the work. You will be paid in full. There's nothing more to discuss. Have a good day, Jasmine. I wish you well." He turned and walked away, and out of her life, leaving her to sink to her knees and weep as she felt the loss that she had tried to protect herself from all her life. Anthony sat his car and leaned his head against the wheel. He squeezed his eyes shut. It was the only way to protect her. It was the only way to protect them all. Anything else would be a gamble, because there was a chance he might fail. He couldn't take that chance. It was the only way. She would heal, and she would move on. And he would always love her, his Jasmine.
Chapter 12. What? I don't know what happened, Jasmine. He just let me go. He gave me a good severance package and everything, but he just fired me. The money is good, but it's not nice to be fired, Jazz. He didn't even tell me what I did wrong. Oh, that pig. Now, baby, I'm sure I must have made some mistake. He offered a good reference and everything, but he fired me. Oh, that smug, two-faced dipshit. Jasmine. Language. Jasmine breathed deep and tried to loosen the grip on her phone. Her fingers were beginning to cramp. Sorry, Aunt Della. Look, where are you? He called a cab to send me home. I'm almost home. I was just a little upset and wanted to talk to my girls. That's all. I couldn't reach Rita. I'll find her for you. I'm so sorry, Aunt Della. I'm so sorry. I'll see if I can sort this out. Oh no, don't do that, dear. I don't think it would be right. It's the nature of jobs, you know. Sometimes you get fired. I'm sure people do, but you don't, Aunt Della. Are you sure you're all right? I feel better after talking to you, Jazz. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm sorry to make you worry. I just needed to talk. Don't be silly, Aunt Della. I'm glad you called. You take care. I'll find Rita and send her over right now. Oh no, don't. No arguments. One of us is coming over right now. She hung up, seething. I have to go out. She tossed over her shoulder to her team as she pulled her coat on and found her bag. They nodded. Well, they barely nodded. They were all too busy. She should be, too. But some things couldn't be put off, and this was one of them. She was already running to her car when, on her 6th try, Rita finally answered. Go home now. Go to your mama. Aunt Della is upset. What? What happened? That weasel fired her. What? Who? Anthony Malone. Anthony Weasel Rat Malone fired Aunt Della. There was stunned silence. Why? He wouldn't say. I'm going to go and find out, and you go home to her. On my way. The connection was cut, and Jasmine knew that she could count on Rita. She could probably also count on Rita to call Roger and give him a good talking to. It would do Rita good to be the dumper instead of the dumpee. She had had too many turns as the dumpee. Oh, I'm going to rip into you. I'm really going to. She honked and didn't care about speeding. She parked without caring that she was taking 2 spots, and glared at the poor parking attendant who thought better than to ask her to park properly. Standing still in the elevator took more patience than she had. She was so angry. She wanted to punch something. Anthony Malone's face would do just fine. Whoever was at the reception tried to get to her feet and stop her, but she ignored her and walked right into the corner office that was Anthony Malone's. She didn't knock. She steamed right in and planted her palms on the table. What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you think I won't have her sue you for wrongful dismissal? Jasmine, calm down. That's Ms. Turner to you, Mr. Rat Weasel. You fired my aunt. Whatever your problem was with me, fine, it's personal. I get it. I don't get it, but whatever. It's your call. You don't have to explain yourself to me, though I'd like an explanation from myself as to just why I care for you. I fell in love with you, and you took me for a ride. But that's fine. That's fine because it's personal. You fired Aunt Della. She is incredible at her job. You said so. Your precious Jennifer said so. And you just fired her as if she was nothing. As if she didn't matter. Well, your days of walking all over people, they're over. You don't get to do that here. I'm going to take both you and Richard Sanders down on my own. I don't need you to do it. You are going to be in so much trouble, you're going to come crawling back to me. She stopped, but mostly because she had to take a breath. She still had plenty left to say. You fell in love with me. The words were whispered. Well, of course, you lumphead. Do you think I share my home and my food and my cats with anybody and everybody? I don't let anybody in for anything. I let you in. You made me let you in. And you left. That's your right. But this isn't about me. This is about how you're taking out whatever personal disagreement we might have on my Aunt Della. That woman loves you. She really loves you. She has so much love to give, and this is how you repaid here. You are despicable. Jasmine didn't know when the tears started running down her face, but she didn't stop them. He got up and walked around the desk, pulled her into his arms. She fought him, beating at his arms and his shoulders, but he soothed her and pulled her in. Jasmine took a deep breath, twisted, and had him in a headlock. I took judo and taekwondo and every form of self-defense I could. I learned that I had to. Now tell me what is going on. Because something is going on. Let go. Can't breathe. She loosened her grip slightly. Tell me. I'll tell you. Breathe. Jasmine let go and stepped back, crossing her arms. Anthony straightened and looked at her in frank admiration. I didn't know you could do that. How could you? We only started being together, and you decided to leave. Jasmine, it's not like that. Jasmine didn't know when it clicked. Maybe it was the look on his face when she told him that she loved him. But she saw the truth. Sanders. He did it. Rubbing his shoulders and his neck, Anthony nodded. And you crumbled under his threats. I didn't know that you loved me. I thought that this was the only way to keep you safe, to be sure. I could try to protect you, but there was always a chance I might fail. I couldn't take that chance with you. And you didn't consider that maybe we could protect ourselves? Or that we had a choice in this? Anthony looked suitably sheepish. You owe Aunt Della an apology. I do. Well, you can text her. Because now, I have something to show you. What? I have your spy. Your mole. Anthony frowned. But the temp agency was one of them. There's another, a deeper one. Joshua Harris. Anthony's eyes widened. How? Well, look at these call patterns. He gets these calls, but he doesn't answer them. Right after that, he goes out. You have this dictatorial habit of making people punch out whenever they leave the building, and that security guard really keeps an eye on you. These buzzes are a signal. He leaves after that, and then he comes back within about 5 minutes, time enough to make a phone call. It's always within 2 days of that you find a doctored document. Anthony looked at everything she'd taken from her bag and spread out on the table. And I did some digging into him. It took some real doing, but it looks like he has a few unsavory habits that go beyond his browsing tastes. Expensive ones. Look at his trips to Vegas and Atlantic City. He's in debt. He's in deep debt. He keeps enough money in his checking account to keep his credit, but he owes a lot of people money. I found records from casinos, but in the last few months, he's been into poker games. I assume he hasn't been lucky. Sanders bought out his debt from one of those guys. He currently owes Sanders about a cool $250,000. Anthony looked surprised, and she was a little mollified. At least he looked suitably surprised. That was something. Sanders is making him do this. Jasmine shrugged. I wouldn't really judge that he's as innocent as a lamb, and I bet Sanders didn't have to twist his arm too hard. I have no actual proof connecting the two except for the debt. I found that because he got sloppy and sent an email from his system, using his personal mail, to Sanders. Not to Sanders' usual ID, a fake one. But look at this. Asrend at. It's just his name jumbled. Yes, it's not even clever or funny. He got sloppy. He got sloppy when he logged into his email ID too. I tracked 2 logins to his IP, one from his office, one from his home. You hacked into Richard Sanders? I left no trails. You should have more faith in me, Tony. You should have had more faith in me all along. But better late than never. Now, are we going to do the rest of this together? Or are you going to shut me out again? Anthony grinned and shook his head. Come here. Jasmine grinned and she didn't hesitate. Her head and her heart were both light. And when she ran into his arms and hugged him tight, she let herself go. When he kissed her this time, she poured her whole heart into it. She didn't hold anything back. Her knees trembled, but she didn't care, because she was safe in his arms. He would hold her. He would always hold her up, and she would hold him. I missed you, he told her fiercely. I missed you too. If you ever do anything like that again, you will be so sorry. Nothing you could do could make me as sorry as I was feeling until I saw you coming through the door, looking like a furious goddess of vengeance. I missed you, Jasmine. I love you. Her heart melted when he said the words, and she welcomed him when he pulled her close and kissed her again. This was what she had almost given up because of fear. This was what had almost been taken away from her. Never again. She would never risk losing it again. This was life. She would hold on to it, and she would never again be afraid of living. When this is all over, I'm going to make sure that you marry me. Jasmine couldn't believe she said it, but she wasn't sorry. She wasn't mortified. Pushy. You have no idea. You started this, and I'm going to make sure that we finish this. We're going to be together, Tony. We're meant to be together. This isn't going to change that. I won't let it. We won't let it, said Tony, and he kissed her again as if he couldn't stop, as if he needed to over and over again, to be sure that she was there and she did belong to him, as he belonged to her, thought Tony, her joy a wild, free thing in her heart. She could do anything. She could take on the world and win. But first they had things to do. So what do we do now? She asked finally, when he had her in his lap and they were both in his chair. He grinned. I think we will make Joshua Harris an offer he cannot refuse. And then we will take Sanders down. Jasmine grinned. I hoped you'd say that. But I want to be there when we take Sanders down. He nodded. You will be, he promised, and Jasmine believed him. Now there was more than love. Now there was trust, and there really were no secrets. What is the meaning of this? Sit down, Sanders, suggested Anthony, his voice flat, but his eyes amused. Jasmine had her hand in his. She wasn't sure if she would have had the courage to do this without him. Doing everything on her own wasn't strength after all. Sometimes trusting was strength. No, she wouldn't have had the strength to barge into his office like that, pass security and face him down. Not alone. If you know what's good for you, you will go and take him with you, spat out Sanders. But we came all this way, and we have something for you. She sat down without waiting for an invitation. She wouldn't get angry. Anthony squeezed her hand and sat down beside her. Here are a few documents that I need you to sign. Everything is all in order. They're sale agreements. Every single property that you bought out from under me or tried to sabotage. You will sell them all back to me at 80% of what you paid, because I'm a fair man. You are mad. You are both mad. But she saw fear now. She saw fear and realized that he wasn't the giant she had thought he was. It was pitiful that she had let him rule so much about her for so long. For over a decade and a half, almost 2 decades really, she had let him rule so much about her. No more. It was done. There would be no more of it. Joshua Harris. The fear was more than just a flicker. It was clear now. She could see it. She could smell it. They could crush him if they wanted to. But they wouldn't. They had made that choice. They wouldn't sink to his level. But they would make sure that he kept his words, and they would monitor his business practices. That was the price he would pay. It was more than money to him. It would hurt him where it hurt the most, his pride. She thought it was fitting. He had taken her pride away from her once. Now she could choose how much she would take from him. I don't know what you're talking about. Do I know a Joshua Harris? A friend. What a silly name to use for an email. You should at least have used the rest of your name and done a pun of some sort. And then you log into it from your own system, from your own network, without even using a VPN. That is sloppy, very sloppy. I warned you against doing something like that a long time ago. I guess listening to somebody like me was humiliating for you then, and still is now. Now she saw the sweat beading on his forehead despite the coolness in the office. Oh yes, now he was scared. Strangely, she didn't feel triumphant, as she'd thought she would. She only felt relieved. The nearly mythical figure she had built in her mind, the one always looming over her, was only human. He couldn't do anything to her anymore. Relief and some pity. That's all she had to feel. You hacked into me. You can't use any of that. It's inadmissible. In a court of law, perhaps. But there's enough to get search warrants, and court of law isn't the only court there is. There's the court of public opinion. Do you think your subterfuge is good enough to stand up to an investigation? This is Baltimore. You have no power here. You will find that I do. And you will find that the Simones do. Della Simone has the kind of power that you will never understand, Sanders. I will need you to sign those papers, and a non-compete clause, or I will have no reason to keep any of this to myself. He looked like he had shrunken. He looked defeated and old. This is blackmail. This is extortion. No, this is business. Remember what you told me about business, Sanders? That's all this is. Please do sign. You can have your lawyer look over this if you like, but I suggest you hurry. Jasmine smiled. I've attached the results of my investigation to emails I've drafted. Anonymous, of course. They're all set to send to the major newspapers, local as well as national, within half an hour if you don't sign by then. I can't turn it off by phone. I have to do it on my system. I'm simply offering you a deal, Mr. Sanders. I suggest that you take it. She didn't feel the victory she thought she would when he took the papers in his shaking hands and started signing. You will never be happy. You will never have happiness. His parting shot didn't faze her either. I already have happiness, Mr. Sanders. I let you take it away from me for too long. But finally, I have it again. There's nothing you can do about it anymore. There's nothing you can do to me anymore. They waited in silence as he finished signing. Quickly, Anthony sorted through the paperwork and saw that it was all in order. You will have your copies within an hour, Sanders. It's a pleasure doing business with you. And that was that. They got up, still holding hands, and walked out. The whole business had taken about 20 minutes. It had, thought Jasmine, almost been anticlimactic. Surely something that had been about 20 years in the making should have had more bang. He's done, said Anthony, his voice gentle. Jasmine nodded. I know. He is. He won't control us anymore. He won't. Promise. Now I have something else to do. I have more amends to make. Jasmine frowned. What? I hope you aren't expected back this afternoon. Because we have somewhere to be. Jasmine realized where they were going before they were halfway there, of course. Of course she did. Home. It is. Isn't it? Rita gave me the address. I bet that's not all she gave. It's not, no. My ears are still ringing. There's a cheesecake and a bottle of wine in the car. Jasmine smiled. Aunt Della will appreciate that. I want to tell her that we're together, Jasmine. I don't want it to be up in the air anymore. We're together. You're mine. There's no more question about that. It's not negotiable anymore. I'll give you whatever you want. Give me a few months and I can shift base here. I'll figure it out. I'll manage something. Jasmine smiled and nodded. Stop explaining. We'll figure out the details. We don't need all the details to be sorted out right this moment. We can figure it all out, Tony. We are together. Good, he breathed, and Jasmine leaned against his shoulder as he drove them both home, their real home. I got Roger to take the cats over, too. I thought we should all be together. If she hadn't already loved him, thought Jasmine, she would have fallen for him in that moment, because he'd thought of her cats, because he had understood what it had taken for her to take them in, what they meant to her. They were the ones who had started knocking her defenses down. Thank you. Wait, Roger? Rita? They can sort their own stuff out. I don't know what's going on between them. You know what? I'm glad that for once, I can be the smug one. I can tell him that I'm happy with my woman and he can deal with the fights and the drama. Have you had much fighting and drama? Asked Jasmine, curiously. They hadn't really had any of the usual couple fights. Their fights had been big and dramatic, driven by things that they couldn't really control, pushed by people who shouldn't have had anything to do with them. Maybe that had made them stronger in a way, but the idea of a normal domestic spat appealed to her strangely. She had changed. She would have shied away from any drama at all a few weeks ago. Just a few weeks, and Anthony Malone had changed her life. She was happier than she'd known she could be. I don't think that's an appropriate conversation for this time. I think we should focus on what we have and the time we are going to spend with our family. He wasn't the one who had done all the giving. She had given him something he needed, too. She was giving him a family. Maybe given time, not too much time, she would give him their own family, too. Jasmine decided she was too happy to needle him and tabled it. He swung into the driveway of the house where she had grown up, and she saw that they were expected. As they heard the car driving up, they spilled out of the house. Aunt Della, Rita, Roger. Rita held the two cats and was glowering at Roger. Jasmine turned to Anthony and smiled. Welcome home. Welcome to the family, she told him, and she knew that it meant to him as much as she'd known it would. He held her hand, and together they walked to their family. Stronger together and forever. The end. Hey there. Did you know that we've other hot romances like this that we want to release? But we need your help. Subscribing shows us that you're part of our journey and allows us to make more of these stories at a higher quality. So please, my queen, subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel now. Thanks. Now back to your story.